How many did you save?
Just like a dream.
You did the only thing you could do. And you lost.
Like a dream.
Look, we're still in this thing.
The day you walked away.
But we have no idea what we're dealing with.
Unfortunate.
Things are getting worse around here, aren't they?
Boyd, we're out of food.
Too many things are changing here. I have to remember.
Remember what?
What's missing?
Nothing that I've been through is possible.
I think you're here for what's in the basement.
This place will not break us. We can still win. But the only way we go home is together.
Hello. Look at Mark, go! The game here is rigged. Why can't they leave us alone?
No matter what this place throws at us, we're gonna find our way home.
Everybody just talks about how afraid they are of dying. Well, I don't think that's the worst thing that can happen to you here.
Hello?
Like a dream.
You looking for these?
Into my life.
You can't save them all.
But things are really how they seem.
Is this a bottle tree? Okay, look, it's getting dark. This is crazy. I'm seriously, I don't understand what's going on here. This is crazy. Am I supposed to read this or something? What? What? Are you kidding me? Are we picked up? We are picked up. Family, here we go, season 4. But it's getting dark, so if I'm gonna make it this season, I'm gonna get out of here. I'm going home. Season 4, I'll see you guys. I'll see you.
Jim, good old Jim. It's been almost a week and it is still fresh. I know we probably have many fans in the chat who are rejoicing at the death of Jim, but I think Aldous and I are of a kind of a similar mind where I kind of sucked to see him go. I mean, I wasn't a big Jim hater myself. I kind of thought he was going to have a pretty interesting part to play in the future of the show, and I suppose he still could. But yeah, man, R.I.P. Jim, the final beloved character that we lost in season 3.
Yeah.
Man, oh man, oh man, oh man. That is good to see. Okay, we've got a few people in the chat. R.I.P. Jim. Okay, I turned around on Jim a little bit. Awesome, Panda Nikki. Love to see it. Love to see that.
Yeah, I was on the Jim fan wagon. I like Jim.
You were.
But
you were.
I will say this: the best comment that I saw all week across all media was somebody on Twitter saying Jim died doing what he loved, ignoring his family.
I did see that one. I did see that one too, and it's pretty fitting, if nothing else. I mean, it's a very accurate meme there. He died doing what he always did, not listening to freaking anybody. But yeah, R.I.P. to Jim. He went out in a pretty gruesome way as we finally got an insane appearance of this man in yellow, which was teased a little bit earlier on in season 3 when we saw the painting of Miranda. And even more interesting than that are all of the very not even so subtle King in Yellow references and similarities that we are seeing between this character, the King in Yellow, and the story of From in and of itself. I mean, just From and Carcosa, all the similarities just between those two ancient, mysterious, cursed lands has been very intriguing to dive into. It's been a while. I mean, I love The King in Yellow. It's a phenomenal story, and it served as a major influence for just about everything Lovecraft did. So we really, everyone who is a big Lovecraft fan, we really have Robert Chambers to thank for Lovecraft at the end of the day. And I love where From seems to be heading. It seems like we're heading closer and closer into that more eldritch horror supernatural kind of area, and further away from the whole sci-fi thing, which was very interesting to see. And we finally got some definitive answers in the finale in terms of big things that we have been waiting all the way back since season 1 to really learn, in terms of origin of the monsters and some really big mysteries that have finally been answered. So I am looking forward to seeing where this show is going to go. Season 4 looks like it's going to be very interesting with this whole introduction of this man in yellow. But all this, I mean, I believe this is the first time we've had a chance to really properly talk about the finale. I mean, what were some of your initial thoughts of seeing that last episode and some of the reveals we got?
Well, going way back to the start of season 2, we had that kind of strange beginning. And we talked a lot about, man, it seems like almost the tone is different. And then as we got longer into season 2, we kind of started talking, man, it does have a totally different tone than season 1. And then we move into season 3, and that tone from season 2 tended to carry over. And where it ended on season 3, if you would have told me at the end of season 1, this is where we would be, I wouldn't believe you. It's just, it feels like we've done like this huge journey totally away from where things were kind of left off at season 1. And I wonder if it got to be like, it got some resonance and it started growing. And then if they changed something, if they changed the story or extended something out, because I did not see half of this episode coming. It was kind of out of left field for me. We've talked a lot about the possibility of characters, being duplicates and the quote unquote reincarnation. We've talked a lot about that. We've talked a lot about the deals. Is there a deal? Is it a game? Are there levels? Are there tiers? We've talked all about that. And some of that hit and some of it was obviously a miss based off the reveals we got. But man, that ending of season 3, the first thing I thought of was those conversations that we all had right at the beginning of season 2, that the tone felt different. And this felt like a perfect closeout for an arc that started in season 2. But I'm wondering if they started off thinking they were going to be able to do one thing, and they got some momentum and thought, man, what if can we maybe do this? And they had not a secondary plan, but a bigger idea. And because it started taking off, they stretched it and managed to go into that secondary avenue. And now they're bringing it back because we did get the callback that I warned you. You shouldn't have dug that hole, right? These are all callbacks that we haven't seen really up till now. There's a lot of stuff that happened at the end of season 1 that we've talked about. Why aren't they talking about it? In one season, we got a bunch of those callbacks. So that's why I think like they extended something out, and now we are where we probably would have been at the end of season 2 without any of that. That's my thought.
No, that's actually a very interesting take on it, because it does kind of almost seem like, in particular, the season 3 finale in and of itself, it almost did feel like it was a direct sequel to the final episode in season 1. Because like you said, we had all those very big questions coming out of season 1 that a lot of us were hoping we were going to dive into a little bit deeper in season 2. And they didn't really touch on a lot of that stuff, like the voice on the other end of the radio. We get the big mystery at the beginning of season 2 in terms of who dropped this friggin' rope down a Boyd, which was also answered. So yeah, in some ways it did kind of feel like a continuation of earlier storylines that we've been waiting a long time to see where they're going to go. And I was very satisfied, I must say. Heading into this finale, I feel like they had a pretty big bar that they needed to hit in terms of ending the season off on a satisfying note, because that was one thing we were seeing from a lot of fans this year in terms of heading up to that final episode, where people wanted more. They wanted a little bit more meat on that bone. They wanted a little bit more answers. We were promised that we were going to be getting big answers all season, and we didn't really get any until the final episode. So this final episode had a lot of pressure behind it to really perform well. And it did. I feel it like it completely met that bar and surpassed it in some ways in terms of the definitive answers that we got, but also setting up some very intriguing things for next season as well, which is always what you want to see from a good finale. You want to see it kind of close out some storylines that they have been laying out throughout the course of the season, like the whole Fatima pregnancy. I was wondering, are they going to close that out in this season? Are they going to carry that storyline over to season 4? But I was very surprised, not surprised, but I was very impressed in terms with the mix of what we got just in this final episode alone, where we did get a lot of those big definitive answers. They did close out a lot of these storylines that were set up this season, whether it's the Fatima thing, the kimono creature, the birth of Smiley, everything that we got. So I feel like they did as well as they possibly could have in this final episode, considering the circumstances heading into it, where they really needed to give us some good answers, yes, but they also had to make sure they set up something incredibly intriguing to keep us waiting with bated breath for season 4. And I feel like they very much did that with the whole introduction of this ominous, mysterious, malevolent man in yellow, which, again, anyone who's been here since the beginning of the season, ever since I saw that painting in episode 2, I did a video on my episode 2 breakdown, diving into all of these similarities between the King in Yellow storyline and what we're seeing here on From. And after seeing this finale, I definitely think like we're heading in a very interesting, similar place in terms of heading into more of that eldritch horror kind of area and away from the sci-fi.
Yeah. Well, and two, the big thing, and this was the first thing that shocked the hell out of me, the dude's walking in daylight.
Exactly. He's not a regular monster, that's for sure.
Right. So you've got a monster wearing yellow, walking in daylight, and the eyes, and it's like just, oh man, it was instantaneous. Hairs in the back of your neck go up, and just super creepy with his gait. The actor did a phenomenal job too, just making even his gait just a little off.
Yeah. It was a great way to end that season off. I think a lot of us, when we saw that painting at the beginning of the season in episode 2, I think a lot of us were wondering, okay, at what point are we going to see this man in yellow character? Because it seemed like that was the theme. Just about everything that Miranda was having dreams of, just about everything that she was making paintings of, seemed to all be things that were happening here in Fromville. Things that we have already seen, or things that we have yet to see, but will at some point. So I think a lot of us were anticipating that we were going to see this kind of man in yellow character at some point, but boy, did he make an incredibly memorable entrance. And like you said, it's right off the bat, you can tell that we're dealing with something different here. This isn't your average run-of-the-mill nightmare creature monsters that comes out at night that you can defend yourself with talismans. This is clearly something that is a much more layers above that. And I feel like we've been getting hints to this ever since the end of season 1, whether it was from Abby reaching out to Boyd through Sarah, saying that there are worse things out here than the monsters, whether it's Martin at the beginning of season 2 saying the monsters are just the tip of the spear. It seems like we're finally getting a more complete look at that spear. What is at the handle? What is at the middle? Who's holding the spear? And I asked this question at last week during the finale watch party, which I'll definitely ask again here. I mean, knowing that we're heading into season 4, and from what we're hearing, it seems like they're planning 5 seasons in total, is what we're hearing. But heading into season 4, and after the introduction of this incredible character, do you think this is going to be is this the main villain of the show? Is this the big bad?
No, it's not. It's going to be a manifested entity or a piece. Think of I guess the best way I could put it is like the clown in It, Pennywise, is a representation of something larger, but it's a piece of it, right? It's not the whole entity. It's just a piece. It's a tendril that exists. I think this guy's the same thing. He's a piece of whatever the essence is, but you call him the avatar, if you will, but he's just a manifestation of a part of it. It's not the whole thing.
Okay, interesting. Now, that's an interesting take, because I kind of thought when I saw this guy that this might be it. That this guy might be the big bad.
Well, think of like Lord of the Rings, right? He's like the mouth of Sauron, right? He's that guy.
Whereas the actual entity of Sauron is still kind of hanging in the ether or somewhere.
Right. There's still a tendril, or the Nazgul, right? It's still a tendril of his power. It's a projection of his full-on being, but it's its own separate being or entity or avatar, however you want to put it. They're connected, but tenuously so.
Okay. Interesting. I could potentially see that being the case, where this guy is like a vessel of the big bad, but not actually his final form, kind of thing. That could potentially be interesting.
Yeah, don't even worry about it. Like he says, Silver Surfer is the herald and Galactus is the essence. Yeah, kind of like that. It's that kind of a relationship. But I do think there's a direct connection between the two.
All right.
Hey, what's going on, Ravener?
Nah, guys. How's it going?
Going good. Going good, my friend.
Yeah. See, I believe completely the opposite. I think, well, I'm just thinking of it in terms of a TV show, and as deep as we've taken it and as much theory and as much analysis and really breaking it down as we've done, I think really this show isn't that deep. It's not made that way. So I think this is the big bad. I think this is just they made so much progress towards figuring out what was going on that I think I mentioned this at the in the finale. This is him, like in case of emergency, break glass. He cannot do the subtle influence. He can't whisper in people's minds and get them, and he can't go that route anymore. He has to take a physical form and start wrecking things himself. He can't use agents anymore. So I think this actually is the big bad. I think this season, as dark as it was and as many people died, I think season 4 is going to get even worse. Honestly, I think
it's going to get worse.
I think season 4 is going to be The Empire Strikes Back.
Yep, and that's what I was saying, man. I think they stretched. I think a lot of what happened, and I think if you take season 2 and season 3 and slam them together, that was probably the original intent for season 2. And so you get the 2-part opening, a 2-act structure in the middle, and then a 2-act end, and the middle 2 are dark. And this is the lead in to those middle 2 that are dark.
The beginning of the dark times, as it were, kind of.
Yep. Whereas originally maybe it was a plan to do 3 seasons. So they stretched the intro out. Now we're moving into that darkness.
Okay. Interesting. I mean, yeah, if they are planning on only doing 5 seasons, which it seems like that's what we've been hearing, obviously not confirmed, but it seems like 5 is kind of what they're aiming for, then yeah, I could totally potentially see season 4 getting very dark before things finally start to get better at the end of season 5, with them hopefully triumphing in the end. Because I mean, I always go back to that one line we get from Ethan at the beginning of season 1, where he's kind of laying out the whole quest format, the hero's journey and all of that, which definitely kind of seemed like it could potentially be, a blueprint for how the entire show is going to go. And he specifically says, this is a quest. You have to complete the quest in order to go home. And the closer you get to the end of the quest, that's when it gets the scariest. So we could very well, I mean, as dark as season 3 was, as you mentioned, Ravener, with the death of Tien Shen, the death of Jim, Nikki, Dale, friggin' Dale. Even after all that, we could potentially be heading for some even darker times in season 4, and even some bigger beloved characters. I mean, if these were quote unquote beloved characters that we lost in season 3, and Tien Shen was definitely a beloved character, I would say. And I know a lot of people didn't like Jim, but I think a big portion of the fandom probably did like Jim as well. But if those were beloved characters that we lost in season 3, I can only imagine some of the even more beloved characters that we could potentially lose in season 4, like the Kennys and those kind of characters.
Yeah, Christy for sure. Yeah.
Christy.
The thing is, man, see, and that's the thing. Right now, we've had 30 seconds of screen time of this guy. They have to establish him as, they have to establish exactly what his powers are, what his capabilities are. We can infer that he's supernaturally strong, like whipping Julie with one hand, across the forest floor with one hand while pinning Jim to the RV with the other hand. We can assume that he's strong. Yeah, but other than that, we don't really have a whole lot. And like Alda said, they definitely made that connection with the voice on the radio. that that little question that had been lingering since season 1 and postulated, 6 ways from Sunday. Now we know exactly what that is. So that was another little, I wouldn't even call it an Easter egg. It was actually an answer that people had, to a question that people had lingering between season 2 and 3. That was always one of the top 10 questions, unresolved questions. How do the talismans work? How do they make the monsters? Who was the voice on the radio? Well, we got at least 2 of those, right? We got how the monsters are made and how, and who was the voice on the radio. So they really did. I mean, they went down the checklist of top 10 things that we need to see and, check some boxes big time, I think.
They did, and that's why I really feel like it was a satisfying finale overall. Like, heading into this finale, I feel like I was saying this earlier, but they had a really big bar that they had to hit, especially with episode 9 came and gone, and we didn't really get a whole lot. I think when people were seeing Revelations, chapter 1 and chapter 2, when we got to these final 2 episodes, I think people were expecting a bang in both of them. And looking back on it, I think you mentioned this last week, Ravener, where looking back on the 2 episodes, it definitely looks much more complete now as you just look at it as one giant big episode as opposed to 2 different episodes, which is I think how they probably kind of intended it anyway with the whole chapter 1, chapter 2. But heading into this final episode, they really had a big bar that they really needed to hit in terms of giving us some good definitive answers that they had been promising all year, but also setting up something insane that would give us enough to chew on while we wait for season 4. And I think they nailed it. I think they gave us the perfect amount, the perfect balance, as you were, where they gave us some big definitive answers, things that we've been waiting all the way back since the very beginning of the series from, in terms of like the very origin of the monsters themselves, which was something I didn't think would come until probably the final season. The whole radio being voice on the other end of the radio being answered, who threw the frickin' rope down a boy being answered. We got some good answers, some really good ones, but they didn't give us too much. They definitely left enough meat on that bone and set up some interesting new mysteries for season 4 for us to kind of chew on. So I thought it was great. I think it was a perfect mix. Let me get to these real quick. We got Panda Nikki for $27.99. Thank you so much, Panda Nikki. Just pinning my spider here for funds. Do your thing, Jeremy. I got to hand it to Nikki. She found something pretty interesting. She dropped it into the Discord earlier. I believe it was either earlier today or yesterday, and it's definitely got me wondering. Where I cannot wait for the rewatch party to start. For those who don't know, we are going to be doing a complete rewatch of From, the entire series from the very beginning, season 1, episode 1, all the way through to see what new stuff and new clues that we can maybe pick up on now that we do have a lot more added context for the story. And Nikki already pointed out something very interesting that I cannot wait to get to the beginning of season 2 to get a closer look at it. Let me stop sharing this and pull this up real quick. Now, this is very interesting. I mean, I only have a quick little still of it that doesn't really do it much justice, but there is a video of it in our Discord under the tinfoil section channel. And Nikki seem to have found something that could be very interesting. But there's a bunch of possibilities as to what this could be. But with all of the giant spider rumors that we have, and the giant spider Easter eggs that we have been seeing here in the show since the very beginning, some are wondering if this might actually be a giant spider that was following Boyd in the distance during season 2, just after he escaped from Martin. This is all right. Now, just to give context, this is season 2, episode 2. And this is right after Boyd escapes from Martin, right after he gets done being contracted with the worms. Now, again, this still doesn't really do it justice. If you watch the video version in the Discord, you can see it a lot more definitively, because you can definitely see something moving in the distance. Like, you could actually see it moving, and it is huge. It looks absolutely huge. And some people think this might be the giant spider that has been getting teased at ever since the series first began. Now, my first take on it, when I originally saw it, it's super super crazy too, because like it's 100% looks like a giant freaking spider leg that might be moving. My first thought was, could this potentially be a production mistake? You know, we see, you know, that when they're filming shows like these, they have cameras in multiple different angles. Sometimes things get thrown into frame accidentally. So my first thought was, could this potentially be could this potentially be a camera making its way into a frame that wasn't supposed to? But then, you know, the more I started looking at it, the more I started to be like, I don't know if that is. I mean, if this is a camera, this is the strangest shaped camera I've ever seen in my freaking life. It's very trippy looking. So I would urge everybody to check that little video out in Discord, or if you want to watch the episode on your own time. Season 2, episode 2. Right as Boyd is fleeing in the woods after he departs from Martin, there is something very big, like very big, creeping behind him in the distance. And again, I always thought that the whole big spider, giant spider thing was a little bit more kind of just, you know, lore or little foreshadowings for things that we're going to see in the show. I never actually really expected to actually see a giant spider. Like that's one thing, you never know where the show is going to go. Are some of these things in some of Victor's drawings, or some of the things that we get foreshadowed of, are they metaphorical, meant to be you know, a deeper meaning for something else, or are they a little bit more on the literal sense, like actual giant spiders? I personally never thought we would ever actually see a giant spider on the show, but after Nikki found this, I got to kind of go back and question myself as to whether or not we could, because this thing is incredibly creepy.
I mean, it would be weird if they introduced the whole thing of a spider without paying that one off too. I mean, after the dragging and they end up with all the spider webs on the ground, and Abby's completely encased. The vision of Abby, at least, is completely encased, which isn't something like a bunch of little spiders would do necessarily. I mean, they're not going to encase. I don't know if they work, if spiders work cooperatively to encase like one giant piece of prey. But the little ones, you know, I think, I don't know if they just introduced that to introduce the small spiders to bite Boyd to cure his Parkinson's, or if it was a part of a greater thing. That looks super cool. And you know, to your point, why would they leave that in there if it is an accident? If it is an accident, if it is actually moving, you know, that wouldn't be that hard to clean up in post, I wouldn't think.
No, not hard at all. Right. Especially in the background like that, you can throw some artificial brush right in front of it like it never happened. So for it to be there after the post-production and all of, you know, especially after all the editors kind of took a really deep look at these cuts and kind of put forth their final version of the show, it makes you wonder, right?
Well, and they filmed digitally, so it's not like it could be like a layered ghost image on the film, you know, back in the day when they had to develop film. It's not something like that. So it could be a digital relic from the processing, but it wouldn't be that fluid if it was a digital relic. But, you know, kind of going back to what you were talking about too, with is it a spider? Even the very concept of an arachnid, there's a reason, and we talked about this back when we were talking about the spider things. Why did J.R.R. Tolkien make Ungoliant a spider? It's because there's a deep-seated sense that spiders creep people out. I mean, it's a foreign looking. If you look at all of mammalia, right, everything's got 4 legs, and then you get insects. Insects are kind of creepy. They've got 6. Then you get to a spider, and it's got 8, but it's got multiple eyes. It's just so incredibly foreign and alien. It's the same way as like, why in House of the Dragon does the one house use a kraken? You know, because it's an octopus, it's a squid, it's something totally different. It's terror inducing, which is what they want. They're the Ironborn. It's the same thing here. It's a primordial sense of terror when you see that spider. So maybe that's what this is it's a manifest form of fear, which we know they kind of prey on.
Yeah, and that whole season in season 2 was about phobias and fears. Even the cicadas being Nathan's fear when he was alive. They made repeated reference to that. So I think they were definitely just touching on what, you know, whatever trigger points they could get for very, very common phobias and fears and whatnot. I'm surprised we didn't see centipedes, because those, you know,
that's a great point, man.
There's another one, yeah. Well, and spiders are they're scary. I mean, there's like you said, there's a reason why a lot of people have arachnophobia. A lot of people are afraid of spiders. Hell, you grab a spider, even your average everyday household spider, and you put that son of a bitch under a magnifying glass, it looks like a friggin' alien. Like they look scary as hell. So yeah, I mean, this is, and again, like you guys mentioned, season 2, they were really hyping up the whole phobia aspect, and they must have been doing that for a reason, I would imagine. But no, this is very interesting. And as Nick L points out, this is why rewatches are so fun to do on shows like this after you're done watching a new season. Because as Nick points out, I think the more we watch the older episodes, the more we will find things like this. And I 100% agree with you, Nick. Again, that's why I love doing these rewatch parties, which we are starting tomorrow night. We'll be going live here on the channel for a little bit of probably like an hour, 45-minute pregame show. And then we will be diving into season 1, episodes 1 and 2. We're going to try and do 2 episodes a week. That way we can get through it a little bit quicker, as opposed to just doing 1 episode every week. We'd be there for 30 freaking weeks at that point. It'd be a while. So we're definitely going to do at least 2 episodes a week. And, and depending on how Ravener's feeling or how you guys are feeling after we watch 2, if you want to, sneak in a third some weeks, we can definitely do that sometimes. It depends on how we're all feeling, I guess. Play that by ear. But tomorrow night we are starting from season 1, episode 1, and reliving all of it all over again, right from the beginning. And yes, Nick, I think we're going to find a ton of things like this that we maybe didn't catch the first go around, now that we do have that added context. And not only that, when you're doing a rewatch, you're purposely looking for things like this, so you have a much better chance at spotting them. When you're watching the episode for the first time, you're immersed in the story. So there's a reason why watching a show like this is very beneficial, seeing these episodes at least 2 or even 3 times to get like the full scope of it. Because the first time you're watching the episode, you're so immersed in the story that you tend to miss these kind of things that are kind of off there in the distance, in the background, the things that are a little bit more subtle. But then when you do go back for those rewatches, then you can start paying attention with much more attentive eyes to the background and catch some of these Easter eggs and some of these things that we might have missed. And yeah, I can't believe I missed this. I mean, seeing how much I've watched every single one of these episodes, and I've lost count at this point in terms of how many times I've seen each episode, but I've seen every single episode of From multiple times, and even I didn't catch this yet. So again, bravo to you, Nikki. Hey guys, I legit been thinking about this 24/7. I feel crazy. No, it was a very interesting find. And this is what's so cool about this show, where here we are at season 3, the end of season 3, and we're going back and we're still finding shit that we never found the first 3 years of this show being on. And that's what's so fun about From and about these mystery box style of shows, because there's just always something new to find. And, as well as you think you know this show, there's something on there that we haven't found yet. And again, this is a perfect example of that. So no, I'm right there with you, Nikki. Ever since you guys showed me this, ever since you showed me this in the Discord the other day, I've been thinking about it a lot too. Like, what the frick is this thing? Like, is that really just some kind of production error, or is this a little more deliberate? Could this have been a Easter egg or a foreshadowing for a giant spider? Which again, we got a lot of foreshadowing of it in many of the drawings. But yeah, super cool.
And that'll be interesting in the rewatches to kind of sift through which things are significant and which things we put great significance into that didn't really pan out too. We have to really separate the wheat from the chaff.
Exactly. Yeah.
And we were a little better prepared to do so now, knowing what we know with all of season 3 under our belts. So it'll be super cool. Yeah.
It will be. I 100% agree. It's and again, that's what's fun about the rewatches. You can pay much better attention for little stuff like this. But this scene right here is actually, for anybody who wanted to know the episode and the scene, this is season 2, episode 2. And this scene happens around 30 minutes and 15 seconds in. So around the 30-minute mark of season 2, episode 2, just as Boyd is escaping Martin, right after he gets infected with the worms, that is when you can find this scene. And again, once we get to season 2, episode 2 on our rewatch parties, we will definitely be taking a very close look at not just this scene, but all of these wood scenes. I feel like this is something that we should be looking out for, because we get a lot of wood scenes at night, forest scenes at night. And those are the perfect kind of scenes to hide things like this, because you throw something like this during a daytime forest scene, it's going to stick out way more. But to subtly put it in a nighttime forest scene like this, that is the perfect setting to hide some of these more profound Easter eggs that might be pointing to something a little bit bigger later on. So yeah, this is definitely something we're going to keep a very close eye on during the rewatch. Keep an eye on the forest, guys. Keep an eye on the background. Let's see if we can find any other weird, crazy stuff like this, like Eagle Eye Nikki has picked up herself. And again, this was a great find, Nikki. Really good find. Yeah, I like this. I like this. I like finding new stuff. Again, even 3 years later, we are still finding some awesome new stuff. So that is great stuff, guys.
Yeah, I see a lot of people in chat talking, saying Jim ain't dead. And I know the guy that, guy that did the Man in Yellow did an interview, and he intimated that, essentially saying it without saying it. And I'm kind of like, I was not an anti-Jim guy either, but I think bringing him back or whatever, if they start doing this, I mean, that's the same shit that killed the multiverse in Marvel and everything else.
Yep.
Yeah. If you can bring it, if you can undo it, if people come back from the dead, and especially reliably, then what's the point? What's the point of having somebody die? Nobody cares. And like you say, it's cheap. It is a cheap play on the emotions. All the deeper resonance is lost, and they'll have to win me back. They'll have to win me back if they try it.
Right. You can do it once if it's handled correctly. Like Battlestar Galactica, the reimagining did this with Starbuck, right? Where Starbuck died and then they brought her back, and it was kind of explained, but not really. And it's left vague. You can do something like that, but then you constantly have to reference it, and it can only happen once. And everybody can no longer trust that person because they saw them die, or they found wreckage or something. So what it does is it creates an incredible strain on the rest of the story, because every instance that character's there, that has to be you have to be cognizant of that. So it becomes overwhelming to the story, right? That you're constantly referencing this thing. So yeah, you can do it, and you can do it once, but it's not really worth it.
Yeah, because again, and heading into season 4, I imagine this was going to be, one of the kind of core moments at the beginning of the season is seeing the emotional response and the emotional reaction to finding Jim dead. Because again, this is the future version of Julie that is seeing this. I imagine she's going to story walk right back where she came from. The real Julie, the real Ethan, Jim, Tabitha and Jade, they're going to stumble upon Jim's body, and then we're going to see the aftermath. And again, it's really hard hitting, emotional moments like that really resonate sometimes, a little bit deeper than just the mystery aspect on the show. At least for me personally, I really like the human element of the show just as much as I like the mystery. So yes, I mean, when you kill off characters in a profound and brutal way like this, that is going to have a big emotional impact, and then you kind of bring them back, it cheapens it. And not only cheapens his death, but then it goes on to cheapen every other death that happens in the series from here on out, because then the audience is always going to be wondering, every single time we see a major character death, we're going to wonder, are they really dead? Are they going to get brought back? And even as Quan Solar brings up, with time travel, shows go whack. And again, it is an unfortunate side effect where sometimes introducing time travel into a show that isn't initially built around time travel, it can get a little bit sticky there. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they handle this new found ability of Julie's in terms of her being able to quote unquote story walk and, visit different time periods, and whether or not she is or isn't going to be able to actually change anything that she sees while back there. Right. Very similar to Bran Stark in Game of Thrones, pretty much.
So here's something to think of on that. As everybody's going back and doing their rewatch, if they really did this well, if Julie can story walk somewhere in season 1 or season 2 or even early part of season 3, there's going to be a moment where a character walks up to Julie and talks to her, and she's going to be confused at first and then kind of answer vaguely and then say she has to go somewhere else. And that would be Julie story walking back to that moment. Right.
Well, they were postulating that when she first arrives and she's running up on the porch of Colony House, that the young high school boy says, "Julie, don't you recognize me?" that they had interacted before. And presumably, if she story walks like she did when she was by the ruins, even when she's trying to save Jim in her like future Julie's trying to save Jim, the current future Julie's somewhere laying on the forest floor, all fucked up, like writhing around, having a seizure. Right? I mean, that's what happens to her physical form when her spiritual form is traveling. So she's out in the woods somewhere. But
that's the other question though, is so you've got time point A when she's talking to Jim, right? But that Julie that's at time point A talking to Jim, trying to get him to go back to town, that Julie's at time point B, which is way in the future. So she's having that seizure way in the future. What is the Julie that's at time point A doing? The real Julie, not the story walking Julie.
Yeah, she was sitting in the diner with Ethan.
Right, so you've got Julie. I guess if you say it this way, you got it's if you've ever seen the movie Primer, right? You've got Julie Prime is in the diner with Ethan, and then you've got the future Julie coming back story walking, who's having a seizure in the future, so that she can walk back and talk to Jim at that moment. I don't know. Okay. Yeah, that's it. Because then can she come back
can
at the
they
same
meet?
time?
Can she meet herself? Yeah, that's the question. Can she meet herself?
Right.
Can she meet herself and give her own self a warning? Because, we see her, this is clearly future Julie coming back to try and save Jim herself. And that's one thing that Ethan kind of says to her in episode 10 as well, where, he calls her a story walker and kind of lays down the quote unquote rules. Whereas, yes, she can travel to these other time periods, but she can't change anything. She can't change a story that's already been told. So here we're seeing her actually go back in time to try and stop Jim from getting killed. But what if we potentially see her try a different route? Like you said, maybe instead of trying to go back and directly change it herself, maybe going back and warning a past version of herself might have a better effect as opposed to directly affecting the story, whispering into the ear of the younger version of Julie to let her know this is coming or that is coming. That might be a more effective method as opposed to her trying to fix things and change things directly herself. But yeah, like you mentioned, if she's story walking here, is her real body, the future version, is her real body out there in that kind of comatose, seizure-like state? Is that going to happen to her every time she story walks? Or will it get to a point where she's kind of gets like Bran, where she kind of wargs into it, where her regular body is kind of lifeless and kind of just sitting there aimless while she's conscious here? Because you can't be conscious in two places at once. Like you mentioned, her real physical body must be very vulnerable when she story walks.
Okay, yeah. And that also leads the question, does Julie was one of the cicada people that Randall and then also Mari. Do you think they can also have that ability? I know the first time she traveled, of course, was in the ruins, where she went back down into the caves and through the rope and whatnot. And that was with Ethan holding her hand as they crossed the threshold. Is Ethan the catalyst to all this? Will we eventually find Randall? I mean, Randall was repelled by the ruins. He definitely didn't want to have anything to do with it.
He was sensing something up scaring him. Yeah,
he was not curious. He was the opposite of curious about what was going on. Julie was intrigued and wanted to know more, or was drawn to it. And we don't really know Marielle, so I wonder if they all sit down together and put their heads together and share their experiences, especially Julie knowing what she knows now. Although at this point, the current day Julie's still sitting in the diner with Ethan. She can share with Randall and Marielle her trip back through the ruins, but she doesn't. I mean, presumably she's not aware of any of this stuff that's going on with future Julie, which is kind of strange.
Yeah. Well, I think one thing will be pretty interesting in season 4, if at some point we do see Mari and Randall go to those ruins themselves. Because like you said, it wasn't until Julie went to these ruins with Ethan that she walked inside the circumference of the ruins that she kind of fully awakened or unlocked her story walking ability. Was traveling to the ruins the thing that actually unlocked the ability? Will Randall and Mari actually have to like physically travel here for them to unlock that aspect of them? Will they be able to story walk as well, or will they have some totally different ability or some totally different thing that they can access to that's a little bit different than story walking? Is this kind of specific just to Julie? Will Randall and Mari have something different? But do they eventually have to travel back here to really kind of get some of those answers and learn just what exactly this is all for? Why were the three of them chosen? What exactly is happening to them now? How come these cicadas haven't left yet? They might have to come back here at some point.
Yeah, maybe one story walker can't do it, but maybe it'll take three, and they can even break the rules that Ethan sets down. But they'll have to work together.
Or is it like a see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil? One can go back and see things. One can go back and say things and actually change it. And one can go back and hear, there's got to be a reason that's in triplicate, right? There's got to be a reason there's three. And how would you associate those three with what's being done? Or is one can move backwards, one can move forwards, and one can be in multiple places at the same time in the existing timeline? It's got to be something like that.
Maybe. I mean, they did set up a very interesting, sight, sound, touch thing that was going on with Julie, Randall, and Mari at the beginning of the season, where Julie was only hearing the thing, the cicadas and the screamings at first. Randall was only seeing them, and Mari was only feeling them. So we had a really kind of clear indication of sight, sound, and touch. So yeah, could that be a deeper kind of connection as to all three of them? What their impact on the story is really going to be, and will they eventually end up traveling back to these ruins and learning a little bit more about themselves? Right. Oblivion 2 Bliss for $10. Thank you so much, Oblivion. Jim having mini redemption arc does not make me feel sad when he died. Just annoyed that the writers were weak and did not choose an actual beloved character to die. That's the thing when you hear the writers saying that quote unquote beloved characters are not going to make it. Beloved is a subjective term at the end of the day, because you never know who is beloved to some. Jim might be beloved to a certain portion of the fan base, and while at the very same time a whole other portion of the fan base might completely despise Jim. So having that beloved term in front of it, again, it is subjective. It is really a matter of perception. Who is beloved to you? I think Tien Chen was pretty much universally beloved. But apart from her, it's really hard to find just universally beloved characters on the show, because we're all different. Everybody likes different characters. We all have, different experiences that kind of shape our view of some of these characters and who we like, who we favor, who we don't like. But no, I actually really did enjoy the little kind of redemption arc, the little mini redemption arc, and that really good character development that they gave to Jim in those final few episodes. And again, it was like you mentioned, Ravener, it was that kind of that Rhaenys Targaryen situation all over again, where right when the writers kind of give a character some really good character development and give them some really good scenes, you better look out, because that might mean that character is going to get killed in an upcoming episode, not too far in the future. And that's kind of what we saw here. They gave him some really good scenes to do before they X'd him.
Yeah. And he was written kind of, I would say, written not great. And I think I know what they were trying to get across. I think I know what the writers.
You think they wrote him so he would be problematic to the audience?
I think they were just trying to make it so that we would get the idea that he and like as the basis of their divorce, like they were just fundamentally on different wavelengths, and they were just not seeing things, eye to eye, and couldn't get past it. His method of coping and her method of coping weren't meshing. And that was what precipitated the divorce and the final trip, and the one last hurrah kind of thing. It was never about getting back together, and never about reuniting or anything. Then we end up in this world here, and they've got a whole new set of problems, like immediate survival type problems to deal with. And then Tabitha starts getting her visions and the supernatural stuff, which is completely anathema to somebody like Jim. He just couldn't even wrap his brain around it. Very much the same way that anybody who comes here, we saw that with Henry as well. Anybody who comes to Fromville, even if you can accept certain things, there's always a threshold. There's always an upper limit to how much you can accept. So you get there, and a lot of people don't believe it at all. And those are the ones that are shaking hands with the monsters on the first night. They just can't. But as soon as you see somebody get eviscerated, then you're like, okay, well, I can believe that. But then there's always that one level higher, that one level more of strangeness. And when you wrap your brain around evil monsters that shapeshift and come out at night and kill you, even if you can reconcile yourself with that, that's still going to be the upper limit of your understanding and the upper limit of your acceptance. So you would think it would be like, well, you would, if you're in a world where you see that, you'd pretty much accept anything. I don't think you do. I think you set that as the maximum. What you take what you can accept and set that as the limit, and that still leaves you well able to be surprised by further things. And I think that's where Henry ended up with Victor. When he couldn't, when he's still trying to wrap his brain around Victor talking to Jasper, and he's like, "Look, man, this is my son, and he's talking to a ventriloquist dummy, expecting it to talk back." And we're like, well, with all that you've seen, how can you not accept that? Well, that's still a level of crazy beyond the crazy that that he had, reconciled himself with. So, but yeah, going back to Jim, I mean, he overdid it in certain places, but he was also written, like some of the scenes that he was written into, when Julie was being her petulant teen shit and really giving him the dressing down, you need to get your shit together and all this stuff. He was kind of wimpy when he shouldn't have been, and he was overbearing when he shouldn't have been. So some of the dialogue, some of the scenes that he was in, the tone was off, and it's like, man, why did you say that? Why did you go so hard? You're at a 10, you need to be about at a 6. And it's
Right.
like, okay.
He did kind of go from one extreme to the other often. You're very right. When it came to Jim and a lot of his reactions to things, very rarely was it kind of just, an even keeled reaction. He kind of always went to either one extreme or the other extreme. It was never kind of in that middle. So, looking back and looking at how they set this character up and the writing and the character development they put into him, yeah, I start to wonder if they did specifically, write him to be a little bit divisive. Were they looking for this kind of reaction from the fan base even? Because you never know what a writer's motivation is behind a character and how they want the character to be perceived versus how the character ends up being perceived by the general audience. And usually there's a big difference there between the two, where oftentimes a writer will, want a character to be received in a certain way, but the fan base just sees it in a totally different way. And I think that's something they tried to do with the House of the Dragon, where it seems like the writers were very surprised with how much everybody loved Daemon Targaryen. It seems like they did not write that character with the intention of him being very well liked. Seems like they've even kind of, subtly hinted at that at times. But the audience just completely took to the character and just loved him. And, in part thanks to the really good performance of Matt Smith in season 1. But yes, you start to wonder how some of these characters were written and how were the writers intending these characters to be received versus how we actually receive them after seeing them for an extended period of time. And maybe Jim's an interesting case study in that sense. Awesome stuff, guys. We also got Plants and Herbs for $5. Thank you so much, Plants and Herbs. The boy Sarah had to kill was not Ethan, but the boy in white. Interesting. And this is another pretty fun one that we've kind of been going back and forth on ever since the very beginning of season 1 as well. Where we've been wondering, what exactly did kill the boy, quote unquote, mean? Were they actually referring to Ethan? Or, the initial reaction is definitely Ethan, because, not only is he the only boy on the show at the time, but as soon as that message pops up on Sarah's arm, we look up and boom, Ethan's sitting right there on the stall. But we've always kind of wondered if there was a potential possibility that Ethan wasn't what those voices were referring to. Maybe killed the boy was referring to something else, like the boy in white even, or young Victor was another big one back then that people were debating. So what about you guys? After everything that we've seen, 3 seasons in now, looking back at that scene, do you think kill the boy was meant for Ethan? Or do you and let me know in the chat what you guys think as well. Where are you guys lying on this? After we've, considering where we are now, after the interesting answers we got in season 3, do you think Kill the Boy was referring to Ethan ultimately, or do you think it could have been referring to somebody else, like the boy in white, or something else maybe?
You can go, Aldous.
Oh, thanks. If I had to say it, I mean, we're in the mid part of the story. So the presentation is going to be, if I'm the storyteller, I want to misdirect, right? So I always believe in primary intent. If I'm going to tell a story, I'm going to tell you, it's Chekhov's gun. I'm going to show you what I want to show you in the beginning. And then later I'm going to make you doubt it. But at the end, it's going to be what I showed you, because that's just how it works. And so I think everything, it is about Ethan. Ethan's somehow a key because he's of the two most recent, quote unquote, and I hate using reincarnated, but of the returning two characters that are part of the repetitive pattern, Ethan is the only child of those two. So he's key. He isn't a story walker like his sister. He's something different. And so that's why he had to be eliminated. So that's why I would think that's who they did intend.
Okay.
See, and I disagree absolutely. I think they showed. I mean, they put Kill the Boy, pan right over to Ethan, which is, Exhibit A, in that it absolutely is not Ethan. I think that, I think it's absolutely a red herring. And then as the boy in white is introduced later on and all this other stuff, then the question hangs in the air. Well, wait a minute. Now there's two boys. Which of the two is it that the Kill the Boy intended? And I think that was supposed to be ambiguous to us all the way up through now. Right now, I think absolutely that it is the boy in white, because I think the boy in white, I think it became super clear with the introduction of the physical form of the man in yellow that there are two, whether you want to call it God and the devil, you want to call it good and evil, if whatever it is, there's two cosmic level entities striving against each other. The man in yellow wants everybody to stay in Fromville, and the boy in white wants to break the cycle and escape. Now, how can you do that? Well, you can either kill the man in yellow, and I think they're going to establish that you cannot kill him. So the only way is going to be following the Tabitha and Jade storyline to its conclusion, which is they have to successfully figure out how to free the children, which is going to break the cycle, which is going to end the existence of Fromville altogether. And whether the boy in white gets out, or whether the boy in white is released, or whatever it is that's trapping him there, he wants to be released the same way as all the humans in Fromville want to be released. I'm not sure what the ramifications are for the monsters and whatnot, and this is going to be my big prediction for season 4. They've already introduced the fact that the boy in white is aging. I would not be surprised, unless they're super in love with Vox Smith as the boy in white, I would not be surprised if they don't recast him completely. He could look like Mr. Rourke from Fantasy Island. He could be, he could be a guy in a white suit at this point, Ricardo Montalban or something. I would be surprised, and right now my guess is it's probably 50-50 that they either leave him as they feel like they've sufficiently explained him growing and aging, so they might keep him in an older form, still with the high shorts and the high socks and stuff, as a teenager, or like visibly aging season by season, or they may just recast him into an entirely different person, and right. They've left the door for that wide open as well.
Season 10 of From, he's going to be wearing the same white shorts and white shirt, but have a beard.
A beard and a beard and pounding back some shots. No, yeah, it is a very interesting kind of dilemma. Yeah, I mean, they kind of bought themselves some time with the explanation that they gave in season 3 with why the boy in white looks so much older. Everything is changing here, but how long is that going to be able to how long are they going to be able to keep that up? Do they get to a point where they have to kind of just recast the role? I very well could definitely see that being a possibility. And they kind of even set up some, emphasis for this very early on as well, where Sarah's saying, I don't think he's really a boy. And us as the audience, we know he's not really a boy. I mean, we've seen he's been popping up since the 1970s time period when Victor was still a kid. So we know he's very, very old. So no, it could be, I think that would be an easy transition for the audience. One that the audience wouldn't really have a tough time buying if all of a sudden we start seeing the boy in white, as a teenager in white or a man in white. Because I do tend to agree. I do think that we're seeing a little bit of an interesting kind of yin and yang, an interesting dichotomy happening here potentially between the boy in white and the man in yellow. It just, you look at how they parallel each other, just in, everything that they are on the outside alone. You definitely get the sense that they are maybe the antithesis to one another. Like you said, maybe the man in yellow wants these cycles to continue, and the boy in white is trying to break these cycles and stop everything from happening. And you do have, and this is where that kind of grand cosmic chess match kind of comes into play, which a lot of us have been wondering is going on since the very beginning. We've been getting a lot of hints to this kind of big chess match being played in the background, that this is a bigger game being played, and the monsters and the survivors of Fromville are essentially just pawns even, maybe. So I do tend to think that might be the case. I do think these are the major players. I do think the man in yellow is going to be the big bad. I think he is the main villain, and I think the boy in white is his main opposition. I do think we're going to ultimately see who is going to kind of take dominion over this place. Is it going to be the boy in white? Will he successfully end up breaking this cycle with help of the townsfolk? Or will the man in yellow find some kind of way to keep this cycle going and going and going? Because it seems like he is very much in control of this place. Someone was asking in the chat earlier on, do we think that the man in yellow was the one who actually sent the storm to Colony House? And I would argue that that's entirely possible. We've been wondering, is Fromville itself, is the forest and this place itself alive? Is it sentient? And that very well still could be the case. But there's also a possibility that the man in yellow has been controlling all of this. I mean, they've very much been setting this character up since the very ending of season 1. When we first hear that voice come over the radio at the end of season 1, that is them setting this villain up, setting this reveal up for 2 seasons later. So this was always where it was heading. I very much believe this is where they were always intended this show to go, with this man in yellow character to ultimately be that main villain. But I guess that's an interesting question. Is he in control of everything? Is the man in yellow the one sending these storms here? Is he the one kind of giving and taking things away from Fromville? Or is the forest itself still actually alive and sentient?
Oh, I absolutely think he's in control of everything that's keeping people there, destroying the tower, creating the storm, creating the food shortage, everything else. Yeah. I think the boy in white is a boy. That was for Ethan. That was for Victor's benefit originally, because and then for Ethan's benefit, in his later appearances, because when he's standing there quietly. Yeah, exactly. They're the same age or whatever. He's putting his finger to his lips saying, shush or be quiet, don't tell anybody. When you want to keep, if he looked like the man in yellow just wearing a white suit, that wouldn't be the same. He'd look like a pedophile hobo or something, and Ethan would tell his parents immediately.
But as an adult, I would say, even at the end of season 1, when Sarah sees the boy in white, I know Sarah's not really an adult, she's still kind of young, but even as an adult, I imagine you're going to be a little more trusting to this kind of boyish like figure, this young child-like figure, as opposed to this man in yellow figure.
Right. And then the other side of it is, I think there's certain things that only the boy in white controls, such as the faraway trees. When he directed Julie and Victor to the faraway tree, they went to safe locations. When he directed Sarah and Boyd to the faraway tree, granted Boyd ended up in the bottom of a well, but it did progress his story.
Safe. Right.
Yeah, it's better than being out exactly, with no tent out at night with the sun setting. The same night as a storm.
So I hate Dale to do this.
Did not,
but I'm going to take your extension of that. And is it a Twin Peaks scenario where the giant represented the white side of the lodge, and you had the dark side of the lodge? Is it light and dark? Is it yin and yang, with a little bit of middle ground? And then does that make the man in yellow the equivalent of the boy in white? He's older. one's younger. They're both representations of opposite perspectives. But even then, what's the main goal then, right? Because if you're going to do a parallel like that, what's the end? Each one has to have
I think the goal is the cycles. The man in yellow wants these cycles to continue. He's deriving some kind of power over it. He's clearly, this Fromville place is clearly his domain. So I think he was the one who actually convinced the parents to sacrifice the Yonkui children. It led them to believe that they were going to gain some form of immortality, when really it cursed them and kind of created Fromville and created the monsters in and of itself. I think ultimately the man in yellow wants these cycles to keep continuing, and I think the boy in white wants to break them. I think that is the ultimate goal.
Yep, and I think they're both independent, both entities. The boy in white and man in yellow, they're independent things with different, like, existential needs, essentially. Yeah, like Jeremy's saying, the man in yellow, he can only exist or thrive or probably continue to exist in Fromville. He might be part of the material of Fromville, or he might be tied, whether he's part of the material of it or not. I mean, which, he does have control over, the environment and certain things.
End him. That's a good point, Raven.
Yeah.
He actually tied to this place. Yeah.
So we know that the last cycle ended with Victor being the only survivor, because Victor took care of everybody. And then during a period of time, the cycle restarted and there were more people and the town populated it again. So the boy in white kept Victor, or helped Victor, right, throughout that period of time? Or did he? I can't remember now. Did he say that he hadn't seen him? So he did help him.
Oh no! The boy in white appeared right after the massacre, and Victor credits the boy in white with helping him survive for a time. But then at some point, yes, the boy in white kind of just disappears, because when Ethan first sees the boy in white at the beginning of season 1, Victor was very surprised, and at first Victor says, "Oh, so he was real," it was almost like a little bit of a fever dream to him. So it seems like the boy in white does disappear from Victor at some point.
So you've got Victor that suffered this massive trauma. He's a child. He watches everybody around him die, and then he's got to deal with handling the bodies and solving all that, plus survive, because they don't have the amulets at the time. And then he sees the boy in white. The boy in white helps him survive through that period of time. But then once people start arriving, the assumption is that the boy in white goes away. So the boy in white kept Victor alive during that period of time. Why would the boy in white keep Victor alive? What's the added benefit for the start of the next cycle to retain somebody from the previous cycle?
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, that's the question. Why was the boy in white, invested in keeping Victor alive? That's one thing that we still really don't know. I mean, it's not just that we got the origin for the monsters, and we got some pretty big answers to some pretty big things. But the boy in white, him in and of itself, is still a massive question mark. There's still next to nothing we really know about the boy in white. Was he originally one of the children? Was he supposed to be one of the Yonkui children that was supposed to get sacrificed and maybe escaped in some manner, and something else happened to him? Very similar how to Tabitha and Jade were two of the original parents. One of their children was one of the Yonkui children. And it seems like they were actually trying to stop the massacre, and it seems like maybe that's why they weren't turned into monsters, yet now they're being reincarnated every generation in hopes of coming back and fixing what they couldn't fix the first time. What they failed to do the first time. But again, like you said, it still makes a massive question as to what's going on with the boy in white still. Where does he fit into all this? Where did he come from? Was he one of the original children? Does he have some other role to play? We still have nothing to go on for this actual boy in white character, in terms of origins at least. But I do think there is a yin and yang thing going on here. I definitely, it seems like they are very much setting up the pieces on the board. I feel like are being laid out now. We're starting to see definitive lines drawn in the sand, where it does feel like we got the boy in white on one side and the man in yellow on the other. Let me get through these real quick, because we got some awesome stuff in the chat. Eric Grant says, ignore Oblivion to a Bliss. Jim, 10 out of 10. Best character, 100% real, no fake. Thank you, Eric, my friend. Thank you indeed. And again, I didn't hate Jim. I mean, I was very I was pretty vocal about that all season, where perfectly capable of pointing out his flaws, which he does have many. Jim was far from a perfect character, but he did have some good qualities too that I did see in him. And I didn't hate Jim as much as the rest of the fandom, and I wouldn't even want to say hated Jim. It seemed it kind of really became more of a meme, if anything. I don't think there was any malicious intent behind it, even for the people who didn't like Jim. It was more funny than anything else. But yeah, it's poor Jim is gone. But if nothing else, they did give him some really good character development there in the end. And I do think we could potentially see him again. I don't think Jim is still alive. There's been some interesting theories going around as to what time period that took place in. With Julie kind of time walking into that place, people were wondering if that was the present Jim or a different version of Jim. And I don't see how that could be any other version than the present version of Jim. I mean, we saw him very visibly distraught. He just received the news from Tabitha that she and Jade are long lost reincarnated lovers and parents of one of the Ankui children. We saw how distraught Jim was. So the Jim that gets killed at the end of season 3, I would put a big amount of money on it. That's the regular Jim. That is not a different timeline version of Jim. I don't see how that's possible. It seems like that is the real Jim. But I do think we could potentially see him come back in a manner where we see Father Cautry come back. I don't think Jim is going to get brought back to life in any way. I feel like, again, that would kind of cheapen his death. I hope that's not the case anyway. But I wouldn't be too surprised if we saw Jim return in a similar manner to Father Cautry or to Tom even. Make Light for $10 says Miranda's painting showed other monsters not yet seen, like the one-eyed monster, yes, the zombie twins, and the Elizabethan woman. I think those, along with the man in white, are the big bads in Fromville. That's a very good point, Mick Light, because yeah, you bring up some interesting points there. Yeah, there's a few paintings down there in that basement of some very trippy and creepy and weird looking things that we have not seen on the show yet. So that's the case. That's the question. Are we going to see some of these things in the future? Because yeah, there's at least 5 to 7 that I recognize just myself of distinctly creepy, scary looking paintings down there that I didn't see any representation of in the actual show yet anyway. Very similar to the Man in Yellow. The Man in Yellow was in that very same camp, and I think a lot of us were expecting this Man in Yellow to show up at some point, especially considering how prominent they made that Man in Yellow painting. They put it right there in the front, right in the open, kind of bigger than the rest. The writers clearly wanted us to see that Man in Yellow painting, obviously, but some of the other ones are a little bit more subtle. They're a little bit more hidden. Some of them you can't even see unless you pause the episode and really kind of zoom in on certain frames. But yeah, I guess that's an interesting question, and I'd love to get the chat's take on that, and you guys as well. Some of the other paintings that are down there in Miranda's basement, do you think that we are going to see all of those things on the show, or do you think some of them might have just been some Easter eggs and maybe we won't actually see all of them? Do you think we're going to see some new stuff based on some of those paintings?
I didn't go that deep into the paintings and the analysis of them, so it didn't even occur to me when Man in Yellow appeared. I just assumed that he's a big bad. There's nothing to say that it won't be like a Legion of Doom. There might be 7 big bads, working together. It'd be weird, and in a show that's already bloated with the amount of characters that they have to address and develop, unless they treat it as one unit, kind of thing, without really differentiating what their powers are, which would kind of suck. If you got zombie twins and this and that, each one would have to have something that set them apart. We kind of already have that with the monsters, and I thought they really did good. And people were still trying to reconcile the number of monsters with the number of Ankui kids, and they can't really be the parents or blah blah blah, that kind of stuff. I didn't go down that thread very very far either. It's entirely possible. I just don't know enough. I didn't follow it far enough to land one way or the other. But yeah, I don't see any reason why they can't. Why they couldn't be. Again, it'd be it's up to the writers to write it in there and make it make sense and give each character, good or bad, evil or town resident, they have to write them in, give them a reason to exist, give us a reason to give a shit whether they live or die. So I was thinking right off the surface that they really need to establish this. If the Man in Yellow is the big bad, which I think he is, they still need to establish exactly how bad he is. And ripping Jim's throat out is a good start, but they need to have him do some other really just heinous shit to establish his big badness. Which sets him above and beyond the monsters. And you can have the monsters defer to him. They can have him in a scene with them where there's an obvious hierarchy. That'll be a good start. But he does need to, do something. He needs to go into town, kill Colony House resident number 7 in some brutal way or something.
Some other abilities, some stuff like
that guy that had that one line in season 2, episode 4, he's back to die.
He's gone. He's gone next. Yeah. No, I agree. Like you said, it was a good introduction. It definitely let us know as the audience that this guy was formidable. This guy was serious. He's strong. He's powerful, and he's knowledgeable. I mean, I love how they not only gave him a good introduction, but they tied it right back to this was the voice on the other end of the radio, indicating to us as the audience, again, they've been setting this up for a while. They everything, not everything, but a good portion of the show has been building to this reveal. It feels like this is something they have definitely set up deliberately. And you don't do that for a character that's going to be a one round and done kind of character. That's why I do kind of tend to believe he is going to be that main villain. But no, it was a great introduction where we saw he's formidable. We know he's clearly powerful and he's pretty knowledgeable. But what else can he do? What is the extent of this Man in Yellow's abilities? Does he have some other actual kind of quote unquote abilities and powers? Is it just physical? I imagine it's not going to be just physical strength. I mean, yes, the monsters are very physically strong and physically formidable, but they don't have any other abilities. It's not like they're, running around shooting fireballs out of their freaking hand, for crying out loud. But it's going to be interesting to see what else the Man in Yellow can do. Does he have some other kind of ability? Is he able to kind of get inside people's heads? Is he able to kind of manipulate people, on a deeper level? Because I think they're going to have to establish just how powerful he is very early on. If this is the big bad, even if it's not the big bad, it's definitely a big bad. So whatever the case is, they need to establish pretty early on in season 4 just how big, like you said, how big bad is this big bad, kind of. And I hope they will. Again, it was a great introduction to the character, but now I want to see some more. Where else are they going with it? We got Jen Hack, who's been a member for 17 months. Wow. Thank you so much, Jen, for being a member of the channel. And thank you so much for all of the support, each and every one of you. You guys have been friggin' awesome. Thanks for another great round of From Fun. Absolutely. And again, big thank you to all of you guys who have been incredibly supportive of the channel lately. And we love diving into this craziness. You know what I say? Throw on that tinfoil hat. Dive into that friggin' rabbit hole. Have fun with it. If you're not having fun with a show like From, then you are doing it wrong, in my opinion. So yeah, have fun with it. And thank you, Jen, for being a part of that fun. We also got Kiwi Skirt, who gifted 5 memberships. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 memberships from Kiwi Skirt. Thank you so much, Kiwi, for the gift of the 5 memberships. Very much appreciate you. And welcome to all of the new members. Anyone who is a new member, of course, you have access to all of the custom Fromville emojis. And be sure to use them at your leisure. And we got B Morgan for $10 as well. Thank you so much, B Morgan, for the 10. Will Tabby try to find out how she's connected to Miranda in the real world? We saw her call mom. Are we to understand Tabby was born after Miranda died? Because how they'll explain the multiple lives? That's a very good question. I mean, when exactly was Tabitha born, I guess, is the question. We know when Miranda died back in 78. But when exactly was Tabitha born? They kind of hint in season 3 when we see a little bit more of that missing poster. What was it? They were kind of hinting that Tabitha and Jim were in their mid-30s. I think they said couple in their mid-30s. So it could potentially line up where right after Miranda gets killed, Tabitha was born not long after, I think. But it's hard to know for sure. It is hard to know for sure, but I think that's how it was. I have to go back and check, but I think Tabitha was meant to be in like a mid-30s range, her and Jim. And yeah, how does the whole reincarnation thing work? That's another huge question that we don't really have much answer to. I think a lot of us coming into this season, before we got that reveal, it kind of seemed a little bit more like it was almost kind of archetypes repeating over and over again, as opposed to actual like multiple lives and multiple reincarnations happening. I'm still not 100% sure how I feel on the whole reincarnation thing. It's just, it can be played well sometimes. It's going to be interesting to see where they go with it and what is the full extent of these kind of reincarnations. Are some of these other characters other reincarnations of previous iterations, which again has been the biggest question ever since that happened. We know Tabitha and Jade are reincarnations, but are any of these other characters that are stuck here in Fromville, are they also reincarnations of previous versions? So yeah, I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see where they go with it. I really much, and I preferred the archetype repeating aspect, in the sense where you brought this up last week, Ravener, where history doesn't repeat, it rhymes. I very much enjoyed that style of writing where we do see similar kind of things happening in each one of these kind of cycles, but not so similar to the point where it's absolutely exact and we're seeing full-on reincarnation. So again, I'm still not 100% sure how I feel on the reincarnation aspect. But what about you guys, Ravener and Aldous, and in the chat? Do you guys like the reveal? I guess that's one thing we haven't even really asked yet. Did you guys like the reveal of the reincarnation, knowing that Jade and Tabitha are original versions, are reincarnations of one of the original versions of the parents? How did you guys feel about that? How did you guys like the reveal? Do you like the reincarnation aspect? Ravener, hit me.
It set it firmly into the realm of supernatural, which was probably one of the overarching explanations for Fromville that would have been the only satisfying ones. I mean, I think, very different people had different opinions, but I didn't want simulation. I didn't want aliens. I didn't want this and that. So it sets it firmly in the area of supernatural. We got curses. We've got spirituality. We've got reincarnation. Going to B. Morgan's point, I think, I think somebody brought it up last week. What do you think? Somebody went into Elgin, but I don't think a spirit goes into a living person. I mean, and the thing is, when you're writing fiction, you can write the rules however you want it to be. But I think for reincarnation, the original person has to die, and then the next person has to be born. Jade, in all of his word salad gibberish explanations, he did kind of touch on the direction I think that the writers are going when he said Aristotle got it wrong in the previous episode. And then in this one where he's talking about the law of conservation of energy, energy doesn't, it's not created or destroyed. It just changes forms. So I think Miranda, spiritually, it's very, in the same way, it's metaphysics rather than physics, but it probably worked in the same way. When she died, when Miranda died, her energy, her spirit, whatever you call it, is reincarnated into Tabitha. But Tabitha did have free will up to an extent. I mean, there was one element of her life which was predetermined, which was the return to Fromville, but everything else, she did live her life with free will. I mean, she was born, she was a little kid, she went to school, she decided what major she wanted to be in college, but it was, predetermined that she was going to end up in Fromville. Just like Jade said, you never stood a chance. You were always going to come here at one point or another. Everything prior to that one defining event in her life, or the return to Fromville being it, or her first her first trip to Fromville, everything else was just what a regular person would have in their life, a series of unplanned, undefined events that weren't necessarily being dictated by Fromville. I don't think the death of Thomas, I don't think the whole everything that precipitated the divorce, I don't even think that the planning of the final trip to Yellowstone was necessarily, because she could have gotten whipped over to Fromville on the way to the grocery store, presumably the same way Miranda did. I don't think it needed to be all of the Matthews family on some grand final hurrah trip to Yellowstone. I don't think that was predetermined. But I don't know.
It's kind of, that's where you have to ask ourselves, right? Like where is the distinction? Like how much do these events like really mirror and repeat each other? Is it exactly the same to the detail? Like you said, I tend to agree where it's not going to be that literal, where we are seeing characters reincarnate, but I get the feeling they're probably living different lives. It's not like this version of Tabitha is living the exact same life as Miranda did. There are clear differences there in terms of, how they live their life. Miranda was clearly getting visions of this place, before she even got here. So they clearly were very similar in a lot of ways, but they definitely were distinct in the sense where they each had their own life, their own kind of individuality. Now, yes, you have to argue how much autonomy do you have in a situation like that? How much agency are you really afforded? As Jade mentioned, it seems like Tabitha and Miranda were both always destined to end up here eventually. But how much of their lives were their own? How much of their choices were their own? Was it one of those things where different roads to lead to the same place, you can kind of make decisions along that road, but ultimately it's always going to end where it ends? How much is similar? How much is different in terms of these reincarnated lives? How much is exactly the same? How much is a little bit different?
Right. And they had two, both of them had 2 kids each. So, I mean, does that say, it depends on how rigid people want the reincarnation or the parallels of the lives to be. Does that mean that Thomas, being the 3rd child, was dead meat to begin with because there could only be 2? The same way that there was Eloise and Victor, there had to be Julie and Ethan. So Thomas was not written into the story. I mean, it's grim to think of it that way, and I don't believe that. I don't believe that at all. But yeah, going back to your original point, yeah, I'm okay with it, and I don't like Tabitha as a character at all. I don't like her acting. I hate the no.
Really, I never picked that up.
Yeah, I was very subtle with that. Yeah, I was very subtle.
With his absolute subtle hatred for everything.
No, but so I was kind of bummed that we're kind of, that essentially we're saddled with this character and her stupid plot line for the remainder of the show. Essentially, I mean, the writers have hitched their wagon to Tabitha as, as a character. So, I've got to be okay with it if I'm going to be okay with the show. But I think the supernatural, I think the reincarnation plot line, to your original question, I think that was really the only way they could have gone that I would have been happy with would have
made the most sense.
The story, the curse, and I know it was going through the chat. If you can't go back in time, if Julie can't go back in time, we're all talking about saving the children is the way to get out. Well, we already have established that you can't go back in time and change anything. So by what means are they going to break the curse? Is it going to be another ritual? That's something they're going to have to explore, and maybe these Ankui kids are going to be able to say something different than Ankui to give in season 4 and season 5, give them a little better direction as far as how do you break this curse. If you can't go back and save them physically from dying, you got to break the curse in some way or another. And that will be, that's a huge question to be answered, and super intriguing. Okay.
So you just touched on something that I agree with the entire portion of your first comment.
Okay.
It's very, very important that, and this, in my opinion, saved the show. If they would have done anything other than make this mystical, it would have been an absolute train wreck going into the next seasons. It just would have been destroyed. To make it mystical, to make it that it has, and forgive me for my utilization of this, it doesn't have the conjecture that it probably is going to be associated with, but it needs to have a morality to it. And it needs to be a humanistic morality, in that people made choices and there is a cost for those choices. And now those choices have to be redeemed. And that doesn't mean that it's a religiosity issue. I'm just talking about in the essence of being a man. If you make a choice, you have to live with the ramifications of that. And for whatever reason, the choice that these people made when this cycle started was so awful that it has stained a moment. The very people, the very essence of the life, the souls, if you will, of these people is so stained that they have to repeat it until they can redeem themselves. The boy in white said before he kicked Tabitha out of the lighthouse, it's the only way. This is the only way. The only way is to break the cycle completely, is to get the two people that are responsible for the cycle. You have to break the pattern. You have to break the equation. One of them has to be out. But the power
is get them to remember. I think that was the big reason why the boy in white sent Tabitha to the real world. That was the beginning of her journey to remembering who she really was, so she could break the cycle.
Exactly. So let's go back. Let's go back to what I just talked about. Why is it so important for the boy in white to make sure Victor survives? Because Victor has to meet Tabitha, and then Tabitha has to break out of the world and meet Victor's father, and so that she understands. But then the problem is the boy in white whether he misunderstood or whether he over-exaggerated or whether it's all part of his plan, Tabitha ends up back in the world. So now it's up to Tabitha to break the cycle. Now, how do you get Tabitha off of her path to break the cycle? You create trauma in her world where she is so overcome with trauma and grief that she's not focused on the prize of breaking the cycle. How do you do that? You kill her husband. So what happens? You get a manifestation of the being, of the entity that's feeding off the energy, the fear, the evil, the continued choice of the sacrifice to kill her husband, so that now Tabitha's off her game. So when you ask what's the pattern, is this repeat? Yes, it's beautiful that it's metaphysical. So now it becomes a question of how do they break out of it, and then what games are being played to allow them to break out of it. If you go back to the boy in white is the good side of the yin yang of evil and good here, and who's the bad? The bad has got to be the man in yellow, of some form of representation of a larger entity, or if he is the big bad. But we're trying to destroy the one person right now in the show that has a chance of breaking the cycle, which is Tabitha.
Okay.
Tabitha and Jade, yeah.
And this will be the first. Yeah, this will be the first time that both principal people are aware and on board with it too, because they established that previously.
Yes.
Yeah, but they established that Christopher was not willing to go through the tree. The boy in white was trying to convince Christopher to do it, and he was resisting. So evidently, they could not break the cycle with only one of the two principals on board. Both of them have to be on board.
Yeah, and again, it all kind of starts with them, with them eventually remembering who they were, and it seems like this cycle has definitely gotten further than any other cycle previously, where it doesn't seem like Christopher and Miranda ever got far enough to remember that they were reincarnations of previous ones. Miranda thought she was a chosen one. Miranda just thought that she was another chosen one in a long line of chosen ones. But it doesn't seem like Miranda ever fully found out the true scope of it, the true extent of it, that she was actually a reincarnation of one of these original parents. It doesn't, at least as far as we know, it doesn't seem like Miranda and Christopher got that far. It seems like Tabitha and Jade have gotten further than any other cycle in terms of getting close to breaking this. But no, this is one thing I was wondering as well, as Mike Shriver asks, when Tabitha was a little girl, when she was looking up at the man in white, at the man in yellow, what do you think? It's a possibility, I suppose. I mean, a lot of us have been wondering, what exactly did young Tabitha look up at that scared the ever-living crap out of her? And I suppose the man in yellow could have potentially been it. We know that Miranda was clearly seeing visions of the man in yellow before she even got stuck here. So yeah, maybe it was one of those instances where she was having a vision, a dream of this place as she was young, and she saw the man in yellow kind of scare the ever-living snot out of her. So I suppose that's very possible. Very possible indeed. And I agree with this as well, as Joan R. brings up. And I think this is going to come into play later on. Just because Ethan says a story walker can't change a story doesn't mean that's true. And I tend to agree. I think you're on the right track. I think ultimately, I think they're setting those rules up specifically to get broken. Yes, Ethan's laying this kind of path out in terms of this is your ability, Julie, but you can't change anything. You can go back and observe, but you'll never be able to change anything. But ultimately, I don't think that's the case. I do think once Julie finally does hone her abilities a little bit more and get a little bit better at this story walking thing, at some point she's clearly going to get good enough where she can kind of travel to any time period. I do think ultimately she will eventually end up, if not fully changing everything. I don't know if that's even possible, but I do think at some point Julie will get good enough at her story walking ability where she's going to be vital in terms of changing one small little detail that does potentially help Jade and Tabitha really rescue these Onkui children where every other cycle has failed. So I think at some point Julie will learn to at least affect things.
I completely disagree with that, because I don't think that any player outside of the primary two has any power to change anything. I think they're all they're orbit gears around the primary gear, and the wheel is turning.
I feel like they all have a specific point to play. I feel like it can't be one of those things where only Jade and Tabitha are important.
They're not. It's not that they're important. It's who can change
things. Or can change
things. I think the only two people that can change things are the two people that made the. They're the only two people that repeat that we know of right now. So it's the only information we have provided. So they're the only two variables that you have that are constants. So the only variables we have are constants that are semi-fluctuating are Jade and Tabitha's characters, their essence. It's got to be one of them that changes it, because you might have had thousands of representations of Julie. You don't know how far this has gone back. Nobody's ever been able to change it.
Because of reincarnation. I mean, like you said, we only got the confirmation for Tabitha and Jade up until this point. Are the rest of these characters just people of this timeline, or are there other reincarnations that are here as well? We don't have that data yet, so it's hard to know.
And like Joan R. saying is, just a story walker. And that's almost key. The single letter A story walker can't. Maybe 3 can. Maybe it's got to be Randall and Marielle also. That I want to leave that open.
You got to use the plurality of it.
Yeah, that's how story stuff works. And there's nothing to say that we won't see another flashback. Maybe future Julie can't go, can't solve the problem for them, but maybe. Jim's walking down the street and he maybe future Julie plays the scales on the piano in a room or whatever. And that puts that little seed in his brain about musical notes, which he then brings to, the meeting with Jade and Tabitha. So even though it's not overt, he's got that little subconscious seed about, hey, aren't musical notes, aren't there 12 in a scale, that kind of thing.
Right.
There could be a million ways that she could influence the people. Although, it would have been nicer if we had actually have seen that or seen him hear a scale being played or something. I don't know. I'm just throwing stuff out. This is purely, I like that idea. And it's based on absolutely nothing. Yeah, just possibilities. Could it be? There's a million things that could be.
Small little ways that might kind of slightly influence why a person might make this choice or that choice. Maybe it's not directly kind of going as far as, changing things in terms of stopping Jim from being killed. I don't think something like that will ever get changed. But like you said, finding out that she did kind of go, because we already know that she has affected the story in the past in terms of her being the one who dropped the rope. What if there are other things, other ways that she has already affected the story in the past? We just haven't seen it play out in our present yet because she hasn't seen it play it out in her present yet.
Right.
Like, again, a lot of people are pointing to the fact that Julie threw the rope for evidence that she can change the past. And my argument to that was, no, she didn't change anything. Julie was always the one who threw the rope. It was always Julie who did that. We're only just now experiencing it because she's finally experiencing it in her present. But I wouldn't be surprised if we do see some other instances where maybe she already has kind of gone back in the past and influenced things and we just haven't seen it yet. Maybe that's always how things were supposed to play out. It might appear like she's changing things on first glance, but her throwing the rope is her just fulfilling something she was always meant to do. I don't think it changed anything. I don't think when we got to season 2 at the beginning, somebody else threw the rope at one point and then we went back and now it's all of a sudden it's Julie throwing the rope. No, it was always Julie. We're only just experiencing it now.
So we have to think of all the little elements that are unexplained that are there. I thought Ethan's story walker stuff was, I thought that was a a convenience, or they just wrote that in there, the way he's just laying out the groundwork. But think of like physical things, like even like the Inukshuk down in the caves that the Gollum creature hit with a ball. Who set that up? Who built that? That kind of stuff. That could have been Julie, just setting up little I don't know, traps or little elements in the way that future her knows need to be in place for the past versions of Tabitha or whoever to interact with. Again, I'm just completely pulling shit, pulling stuff out of my
hear me out on this. What if it's about, because when Jade goes down in the tunnels and he has his moment where he sees the Ankui children, right? There's the 7, I don't know the 7 slabs, right? It's the 7 altars with the 7 children laying on it, right? So we've got the number 7. We know that Miranda had 2 children, Eloise and Victor. You can make the assumption that while they were younger, Eloise and Victor played the same roles as Ethan and Julie, right? Because it's the same. If Miranda is Tabitha, then you have to make the assumption that the projection of those children is the same.
Julie,
each party
Ethan,
had 2 kids.
Victor and Eloise. Yeah.
And Jim and Henry.
And Jim and Henry, yeah.
Right. And so then you've got Jim and Henry are parallels, right? So then Christopher is the parallel of Jade. Well, Christopher didn't have any kids. So you've only got 2 kids. So where are the rest of the kids? What if the representation isn't that it has to be kids that are sacrificed? What if it has to be the people turn on themselves and kill 7 people? Because so far you've got Boyd killed his wife, right? That's 1. And then you've got when the sergeant came back, she killed Nikki. That's 2, right? And then
Sarah killed her brother.
Sarah killed her brother, and then you've got Fatima killed Fanny Pack Granny. So now you're at 4. Is it they have to kill so many until you get to 7? Is that it? They internally have, however it happens, it doesn't matter. But 7 people have to die.
I don't know. I mean, I suppose at this point, and this is why I love how they played the season 3 finale, where they gave us a lot of good answers, but there's still so much we have no idea in terms of where this is going. So I think that could be as plausible as anything else we've heard. Who knows?
But I think there's something to that when you look at Miranda has 2 kids, and was Eloise a story walker, and that's why Eloise is gone? Did she find some way to develop and move out of the story?
Yeah,
because we've never had any concrete evidence of what happened to Eloise.
Yeah, we get that. And again, I really don't trust that line in the finale from Victor when Victor says, that this is Eloise's grave and he found her remains. I mean, it could very well be her. I mean, I could be holding on to hope. That could just be my bias, hoping that she is still out there somewhere. She could very well already be dead. But something about the line, just something about that dialogue when Henry says, "Is that Eloise?" when he points to the grave next to Miranda's. And Victor says, "I think so. She was very small. I could only find pieces." I feel like the writers are at least leaving that, that room for doubt, leaving it a little bit ambiguous. But I'm hoping Eloise isn't really dead. I'm hoping she will make an appearance at some point, but she might not. Again, that might just be my wishful thinking, because I'm hoping she's out there. She could very well be in that grave. And another thing I had with that, another problem I had with that scene, but we get this really interesting reveal in season 2 that Victor finally remembers the fact that he even has a sister. So it seems like at the very least, Victor must have never visited his mother's grave after she died. I mean, wouldn't he have seen this grave next to his mother's and remembered, oh shit, that's right, I have a sister and she's buried right here? Victor completely locked away the memory of even having a sister, yet he made a grave for her. So again, it's one of those things where I guess, you kind of have to suspend your disbelief here and there, but we could explain it simply as Victor never returned to the grave site, so he never had an opportunity to remember Eloise and see the grave. I guess just a small nitpick, I guess, on my end. But no, I like this from Kiwi as well, though. Perhaps some of the people are reincarnations of the kids, of the children that were sacrificed, and saving the kids is getting them out of town. Now, I've never even really thought of it that way, Kiwi, but that's an interesting perspective, where maybe quote unquote saving the children isn't as literal as we think. Maybe it's a little more metaphysical for saving the people of the town and getting them out. And getting out obviously is the ultimate goal, but I feel like the mechanism in which they get out is going to be questionable at the very least, because I feel like we saw a blueprint of what happens if they just find an exit to this place and escape without doing what they were supposed to do while they're here. We saw what happened with Tabitha. She leaves and gets pulled right back in. So the only thing that worries me is that if they all find the exit, that they're all just going to get pulled back in if they don't complete the quote unquote quest they're meant to complete while they're here. But as you mentioned, if the quest is to quote unquote save the children, and maybe save the children is a little bit more metaphysical, metaphorical, as opposed to literal, maybe that does complete the quest. Maybe getting everybody out of the town is the only way they all don't get pulled back in. Maybe if one or two escape here and there, they'll all get pulled back in. Maybe they all need to leave in order for them to truly fully be free. But no, that's an interesting take on it, Kiwi. I actually kind of like that idea. That's a cool take that I don't think I've seen before in terms of what quote unquote saving the children means, because that's the thing we've all wondered, and it kind of makes me think of Heroes. I don't know about you guys, but when I ever hear save the Ankui children, save the world kind of thing, save the cheerleader, save the world, it kind of has that similar kind of theme to it. But how literal is save the Ankui children? Is it actually going back in time and stopping them from being sacrificed? Is that like full-on time travel in that regard? Or is it going to be a little bit different in terms of saving their souls? Because someone brought that up in the either I think in the comment section or in the Discord recently. Whereas maybe it's not as literal as actually saving the children from being sacrificed, stopping the sacrifice before it happens. Maybe it's not that literal. Maybe it's more of a sense of saving these children's souls, helping them move on. Because it definitely seems like they're stuck. Seems like they're in kind of this kind of limbo in between state, stuck in this form. Maybe quote unquote save the children isn't exactly stopping them from being sacrificed. Maybe it's more saving their souls kind of thing. Or as Kiwi brings up, maybe it's more of getting everybody out of the town. Maybe that is quote unquote saving the children, their reincarnations or their descendants even in some small way. But no, I don't know. A lot of interesting theories going around, guys. I love to hear them. But I guess I'll ask you guys, what do you think save the children means? And let me know what you guys think in the chat as well. When you hear that you have to potentially save the children to stop all this, do you think it actually means physically traveling back in time and stopping the sacrifice from happening? Or does quote unquote save the children have a little bit of a different metaphorical meaning to it, something not quite as literal? What about you guys?
I think it's literal.
Think it's literal?
I don't think it's metaphorical. I think it's literal. I think it goes back to I think it's so upfront. It's so in your face. I think it's just, it literally has that meaning. They need to figure out how to save. But it's when you say save, is it save the actual children or save their soul? I think it's somehow it has to do with redemption. It's not about save. It's a save in that, again, I don't want to project too much religion into it. I don't think it's that. That's the context that they're using the word save in.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, and I think I mean, they've got 2 seasons to go. They've got to establish a big bad. They've got to figure out how to do it, how to break the curse. I think a ritual got him into this, and somehow a ritual's gonna get him out. That's how they break the curse. I don't know how they're going to explain it, how they're gonna preface it or set it up so that they realize what they have to do, because they've been wandering in the dark, trying to figure this stuff out for 3 whole seasons. Yeah. I wonder if there's going to be a point at which, again, will the Ankui kids actually just start saying something other than Ankui? Will they say, all right, well, you got to do this first, Eye of Newt and Wing of Bat and throw it in a
boil in trouble.
Yeah. Here's the recipe. Here's what you got to do. Somehow they've got to figure out what it is. But I mean, they've said that, they flat out said it's something of it's a curse. It's like a generational curse that that started it. That's how this whole thing started, and I think that's going to be the way out too. How they get the characters on board with it, how they get them to, is there going to be a race against time element where they have to do it by a certain amount of time? Again, it's pretty well established, or I don't know if it's established, but it's highly suspected that the man in yellow is going to act as a foil. The people in town are going to be working towards this goal, and his job is to prevent it from happening. You know, and I know we're just rewatching Lord of the Rings trilogy, and in Discord.
Yes.
So it's going to be the same thing. It's Sauron and his agents are going to be, the good guys have their goal, which is X distance down the road, and the bad guys' job is to foil them, to stop them. And that's and we're right back to that with this.
Right. Well, then that would go to free will, right? The free will has to exist for that to work, because they have to choose not to do that.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. It's again, I've always kind of wondered this myself in terms of what exactly does save the children mean, because it's very ambiguous. I mean, on first glance, you wonder, especially now that they've introduced this kind of potential time travel aspect into the show with this Julie ability. You start to wonder, does that literally mean that they actually have to stop this whole sacrifice thing from ever happening? Or is it a little more along the lines like you guys are saying, and some of you are saying in the chat, where it's more of the curse that needs to get broken. These cycles need to get broken. It definitely seems like this cycle is a huge part of it. We're clearly seeing these cycles happen over and over and over again for Lord knows how long. Stopping these cycles definitely seems to be the end game, whereas the boy in white probably wants to stop them. It seems like the man in yellow wants them to keep going. Whatever kind of power he derives from this place, these cycles being in place is where he gets that power from, probably. But no, that's always been an interesting question for me, because I've always kind of gone back and forth on it as opposed as in terms of how literal, quote unquote, save the children is. Is it actually saving these kids from whatever horrific sacrifice they went through? Because you look at the state that they're in, it's not like they were just kind of killed quickly in the dead of night in these caves on these slabs. Whatever these children were put through, it was gruesome. I mean, you look at the state that they are in, it looks like they were almost blasted with radiation. So whatever manner in which these kids were sacrificed, it was not normal. It was not natural. It was definitely a little bit more eldritch, horror-ish in origin, it seems. And to go back to what you guys were saying earlier, I 100% agree. I love how the show is firmly getting into the point where this is mystical and supernatural in origin, and we're moving so far away from the kind of sci-fi thing. And like I said, I said it to Snugs in the chat the other night. I'm sorry, Snugs, but it looks like aliens are off the table. I know Snug really wanted it to be aliens, but I'm sorry, my friend. Aliens, it is not. But I like that. Again, I'm glad it's not aliens, because, I mean, there could have been a cool way in which they did do the alien thing. Like, if it was a new version of aliens that we've never seen before, like a really good original take on the alien concept, that could have been really cool. But I'm so happy that we're moving more and more into that supernatural territory, that mystical territory, that, again, that eldritch horror territory, where you can see a lot of the Lovecraftian and Stephen King influences and Robert Chambers influences all over the show. So I love it. I love that we're heading into the supernatural more and more. We're heading further and further away from the rest of that. And I do ultimately think it might be along those lines. Maybe it's similar to where you just got to break this curse. You got to stop these cycles from happening over and over again. You don't actually have to physically go back in time and stop the sacrifice from happening, but saving these children on a more spiritual level.
Yeah, exactly. And I'll tell you, man, I bought the King in Yellow, and I was looking at it, and it was like 172 pages. I was like, man, this will be a breeze. Man, it's friggin'
and then like you realize the rest of it.
It's microscopic print, and the dude's writing like he wrote it in 1895. It's verbose. It's very much like Lovecraft. It is. I don't know. Maybe like there were fewer people that were literate, but the people that were literate back then were super literate, because some of it, I'm like, I'm gonna have to Google this word. I don't know. You could infer from context what this is, but I ain't gonna act like I know everything this guy is saying. And
Lovecraft's writing is just like that too.
Yeah, we're gonna be talking about this, and it's gonna come up again and again and again in our discussions of the show. So if you are interested in that book, it's very available on Amazon for like $7 to like $11 if you just want like a throwaway paperback kind of thing. But man, I thought it was gonna be a breeze at 172 pages, but man, it's dense,
And you saw
dense,
how
dense.
microscopic it is. Yeah, you look at the audiobook and like
Bookstore.
the full complete audiobook of The King in Yellow. It's around 6 to 8 hours long, so it's a doozy. There's definitely a little bit there to get through. But no, like you mentioned, this was a huge influence in Lovecraft setting up his entire kind of Lovecraftian mythos with the whole eldritch horror, the cosmic horror. You know, Robert Chambers is in many ways the godfather of that. Like, you know, if you're one of the people who actually influenced Lovecraft to create all of the crazy terrors and unexplained phenomenon that he kind of created, that's interesting. And to go even further, The Man in Yellow by Robert Chambers was actually influenced by another author, another very famous author, by the name of Ambrose Bierce. This is the first original kind of iteration of what The King in Yellow would go on to become a little bit later on. Now, The King in Yellow isn't actually in this story. The original story by Ambrose Bierce is more centered around Carcosa. This is where we first get introduced to Carcosa. But I would highly suggest checking all of these stuff out, because like Raven said, we're definitely going to be diving very deep into this stuff, and we're actually going to be getting PM onto the channel, PM Philosophies. If you guys have not subscribed to her channel yet, she's a new and upcoming awesome From channel. She's super knowledgeable on all of this stuff and always has really good takes. So definitely subscribe to PM's channel if you haven't already. PM, if you're here or if one of the mods are here, can throw PM's link into the chat. PM is going to be hanging out with us this week. We're gonna find an exact day that works. Maybe we'll do it on our Tuesday show or on a day that works good for all of us. But we're going to be getting PM on the show this week, and we are going to be diving head first into a lot that has to do with The King in Yellow. All of the very just incredible similarities that this story shares with From the characters, the setting itself. Carcosa and Fromville are so similar in so many ways. I would be very surprised if the writers of From, John Griffin, and all the geniuses behind From, I would be very surprised if they weren't fans of The King in Yellow and didn't maybe take some kind of small inspiration in places from this story. Because once you read The King in Yellow and you do start to see all of these similarities, it gets to the point where there's too many of these similarities for it to be a coincidence. So I wouldn't be surprised if this story maybe had some small measure of influence. But we're going to be diving deep into it. But you guys still have a few days at least before we do this live stream again. It'll be sometime this week. We'll pick an exact day and let everybody know well ahead of time. But yes, as Ravener said, dive into The King in Yellow, guys. This is such an interesting and fascinating story. This was one of the huge inspirations behind Lovecraft setting up his entire universe. And you really get just a sense of what old school classic eldritch cosmic horror was in its inception. This was when cosmic horror was just coming into being, really. So yes, check all of this stuff out. An Inhabitant of Carcosa from Ambrose Bierce, and of course The King in Yellow by Robert W. Chambers. Check out both of these guys. Check out the audiobooks. Honestly, there's free versions of the audiobook of The King in Yellow on YouTube. All you got to go is search on YouTube The King in Yellow audiobook, and you'll get a bunch of free versions of the entire full audiobook to listen to. Or if you just want to watch videos on it and get kind of the backstory, there's a lot of good, quick 10, 20-minute videos on YouTube that does give you a pretty good insight as to The King in Yellow and what the overall story is about. But I would highly recommend definitely reading it for yourselves, because it's such a fascinating story if you are a horror fan, and we're going to be diving deep into it.
Right. And I don't want to take anything away from anything you just said, Jeremy, because I agree with 90% of it. But I don't think that it has any direct connection to anything that's going on in From. I think it's very
loosely inspirational.
It's a loose allusion to it. Yeah. And I think you can probably gain a little bit of insight, but I don't think it's a direct one-to-one.
It's not going to give us it's not going to give us the answers as to where From is going.
And
There's not
Amy
a
Bones
book in the world that's going to do that. But I do think it served as a small influence as to some of the themes we're seeing.
Right. And Amy Bones said the same thing, and I do agree with her. That's why I'm reiterating it, because somebody in the chat said it. But I do completely agree with that. it's still worth reading. I mean, my God, as Eric Grant, I was actually bemoaning this because like the guy was wearing a yellow suit. I'm like, oh my God, like all I'm going to hear about now in the From fandom for the next year is the King in Yellow from Chambers. And Eric Grant brought up a good point. He goes, hey man, at least people will be reading it. And like, oh, you know what? That's a great point. I'll concede that. It's just ever since True Detective season 1 came out, it's been so abused in the media, and I both love and hate this occurrence that happens when you see something that you love that is mentioned in mass market media that it's some and a perfect example. I promise I won't go down the rabbit hole, Jeremy, is what's going on with Dune Prophecy right now. My head is exploding because there are people reviewing it that have never read the books and never watched a movie, and it infuriates me. Here, this is a much looser interpretation. It's definitely an influence. The tendrils have definitely woven their way into somebody's brain, like a mind flayer, but it hasn't encapsulated the entire being of the story. And reading it's going to give you some insight, but it's not going to unlock the rubric of the mystery.
No, you don't want to read it expecting it's going to give you all the answers to From and where it's going. Again, there's not a single book in the world that we can read that's going to give us the answers to where From is going. I don't think that's the case. It definitely seems like this is an original story that they are coming up with on their own. But we can see some of their influences, at least, and that is where the King in Yellow would come to play, in my opinion. But yes, it's not just the King in Yellow, as Amy brought up in the chat earlier. We're seeing clear indications of so many different mythologies that have influenced the show, whether it's Native American mythology, Norse mythology. We're seeing again, that's why I always call this show a melting pot of all of these different mythologies, because it does seem like they're taking influence from so many awesome things that I personally really love. But this definitely seems to be one of them. So that's why I would suggest reading it, because you will see some awesome similarities, and maybe you will pick up a small little idea as to some of these themes that maybe inspired some of the stuff we're seeing here on From. But no, as Aldous mentioned, definitely don't go into it thinking it's going to give you the answers to where the show is going. It's definitely not that. More of a loosely inspired kind of similarities. But no, that's why I love the show, because again, there's no one kind of source material. There's no one kind of thing that we can all go and point to and say, okay, this is going to give us the blueprint for where From is going. And I'm glad it's like that. I love not knowing where the show is going, and I love that they're taking influence from multiple different mythologies that are all incredibly interesting on their own. But then when you throw all of them together like this in that kind of melting pot, it's intriguing. You see all of these great representations of all of these just incredibly deep mythologies. So I love it. I love that they're taking influence from a ton of things that I personally am really into. But yes, it's never going to be a one-to-one depiction, for sure. For sure. Like Carcosa and Fromville. Very similar there in terms of the kind of overall essence of what they are. But when you get into the kind of deeper details, very different. It's not like you can go learn about Carcosa and you're going to learn all the secrets of Fromville. It's not going to be that literal.
Right, or the Lake of Halai. Like, I'm shocked I haven't seen Lake of Halai references yet, but that's coming in reference to the
Lake of Tears. The Lake of Tears.
The Lake of Oh God.
The Lake of Tears. You got the Lake of Halai.
It's not literal. God damn it.
No, it's not literal. It's definitely not literal. It's fun inspirations though, and if nothing else, it shows you some of the stuff that maybe have shaped some of the writers' kind of beliefs and some of their thoughts and some of the things that they like. Because when you start to see some of these inspirations kind of woven into the show, it makes you think, oh, were they a fan of this? Were they a fan of that? And it might give you a little bit of an insight, but like you said, it's never going to give you that one-to-one depiction where you're going to learn all the answers from reading The King in Yellow. Of course not. But yeah, They could have easily made on Kui. They could have easily made on Kui mean save us, but it says remember, as remember what happened, so you won't make the same mistakes again. Those kids are dead. Release their souls. And yeah, that was a very interesting one. That was another answer that we got in the finale. We finally learned what does on Kui mean. And it means remember. There was a lot of interesting theories, behind what on Kui could have potentially meant. Even we came up with a few very tin-foily ones very early on in terms of finding the abbreviated version of the word Anku and the kind of shepherd of lost souls that of Breton myth that being is. But no, it was good that we finally got the answer. Now the word on Kui it seems to be a made up word within the show. It doesn't seem like it's an actual word in any language in our known human languages. But Ravener, I think you were bringing up an interesting idea that maybe on Kui will be an indication of how old these children potentially could be. Maybe this dates back to an old potentially their version of some kind of Native American word that was loosely translated over the years on Kui, remember. But no, I'm glad we at least got that answer in terms of what the heck on Kui means. We got some definitive answers in this finale, but they left so much on that bone for us to chew on.
yeah, there's quite a bit, and yeah, that was the only thing that I could have come up with that the word, because the way they said it so many times to Tabitha. And then, but the final one where the little girl says it to her, it's almost not just like, plaintive. It's like a command. It's like, remember. And then it's like the light bulb went on in Tabitha's head. And she's like, of course she said, no, about 38 times. But then she also was like, oh, and then it dawned on her exactly what was going on. So I definitely, and like Mike Kung Fu is saying, the kids don't look Native American, though. That's possible. That's true. No, but they don't. Who knows how the word came into being? It could, and I absolutely think it's just a contrivance for the show. It's a creation solely for the purposes of the show, without any relation to anything else. In real world.
Well, no, if
it's a magic word. It's abracadabra.
Right. And if we really want to dig into it, it would not be Native. It would not be Native American children, because they would know about the evil. It would be a colonist family. It would be a family that's coming in that doesn't understand, that they're exposed to something and they make the sacrifice because of challenge and sacrifice, and they don't understand what's going on. They don't know that there's some evil that existed here previous to it. Like the greatest thing would be if they tied it into like Roanoke somehow, right? Because you've got then
that was what we were saying early in season 1, that this was
right, the mysterious disappearance of the colony
of Roanoke that kind of got wrapped up into Fromville. I always love that fucking theory because I love when, again, drawing off real world inspirations is always the funnest source material for me.
Right. And well, you want to find something that's vague enough in history that you can tie in, so you've got a tenuous grip to reality before you spin it off into the fantastical. And that would be a good example of it's something that the natives always knew about. And that's why they're using native terms, because they're familiar with them and they're trying to use that as an explanation for what it is. But they're outside of the realm of, that's why it's never happened before. That's why the cycle's only white people, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, no, it's and that's another question we were kind of trying to determine, based off some of the answers that we did get in this finale, is when did this whole cycle thing first originally start? Because it's really hard to tell when you look at the clothing that the Onkui children are in. It's really hard to date it, as opposed to it could be right there 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, or it could be a lot older because it's very tattered and you can't really get a good glimpse at it. It's hard to kind of period define it. We know the monsters are all dressed in 50s, 60s kind of clothing, but were they always dressed that way? Did they look different at some point? Do they upgrade, for lack of a better term? I mean, who knows what they do down there in those caves? They're clearly very adept at stealing things from humans, including clothing. So I suppose it wouldn't be outside the realm of possibility that they weren't always dressed in this 50s, 60s era garb. But that's been, a huge question that I've kind of been going back and forth on myself, is when did this whole thing start? When did these cycles first originate? Is it as old as we originally thought? Or could it potentially be that it started right there, and that in the kind of 30s, 40s, 50s time period, maybe the clothing the monsters were wearing were a bigger indication than we originally thought? That's what's so fun about the show, is where they did give us that definitive answers, but there's so much they didn't tell us. And I'm glad, because as soon as they tell us everything, as soon as all of the answers are out there, you know, the show loses a bit of its magic. It loses a bit of its mystique. And these conversations and discussions certainly start to get a lot shorter and shorter as we have less to theorize on. So I'm totally fine with them kind of just slowly trickling out the answers a little bit at a time. But they gave us a lot of good ones in this finale, and it was very satisfying, I thought. But in terms of the word on Kui, to kind of go back where it started, yeah, definitely a made-up word, but it seems like I wouldn't be surprised if they purposely chose on Kui, or purposely made up a made-up word so us as the audience couldn't find anything on it. If they would have chosen like a real Native American phrase or a real Norse phrase or something, that would have been something we all would have kind of found out super early on, and there would have been so much kind of diving into it. So I wouldn't be surprised if they chose on Kui, so this made up word specifically for that, just so the audience wouldn't have anything to go on in terms of what it really means, so that when we did get that reveal, it was something none of us really guessed. Like, I don't think I remember anybody ever guessing that on Kui means remember. So a lot of interesting theories in terms of it remembering, in terms of it meaning trees and other definitions, but I don't think remember was one of them. So that was a nice twist.
Right. And it doesn't even actually have to be Roanoke. It could be just an analog, like a story version of that.
Lost colony. Yeah.
It doesn't take much. I mean, your supply ship doesn't arrive. You're starving. You're drinking blood out of a skull, and then some mysterious wandering entity.
How did we go from starving to you're drinking blood out? That seems like a jump. Like.
Well, I mean, cannibalism is well established. Yeah.
No, cannibalism I get, but there's a jump that you go from cannibalism to we're ritually drinking blood.
We saw that guy in
people are
episode 3 this season. The guy drinking out of the human skull. We saw that in Jade's vision this season.
Yeah, I don't know if you know that, but there's like a blood inside of people.
Really?
No,
you learn something new every day.
But you get some like wandering evil entity coming through. These people are in the most desperate of straits. They're starving, and then they're like, "Hey, we'll give all the remaining people eternal life, and all you got to do is throw 7 of these kids that are going to probably die anyway, guys. So don't even, if you sacrifice 7 lives, I can save 103,
right?
And that kind of thing."
The needs of the many, man.
And I 100% agree with this. I mean, yes, it's going to be it's all going to depend on how they kind of choose to use this kind of whole time travel aspect of the show. But yes, if it's the same as Marvel Endgame, then yeah, we're fucking screwed. I hope it's not like that. Sorry, go ahead. I hope it's not that, man. And this is why time travel makes me so nervous. You know, whenever you introduce time travel into a well-established story like this, it makes me very nervous, because time travel, when misused, can really hurt a story, like really bad. But that's always just been one of my personal fears. Like, I've always been very weary of this show introducing time travel. And if they did, how are they going to introduce that time travel, and how's it going to work? Because it can ruin a story if they're not careful with it.
Right. Well, it also starts adding, unless you're extraordinarily careful, you end up asking more. You end up creating questions that can dominate over your story that you're trying to tell.
Yeah.
Because you end up breaking your there's a couple of films, but one of the films that I watched recently, which is I believe loosely based on a Philip K. Dick story, is Predestination from like 10 years ago. It stars Ethan Hawke. It's a really, really good time travel story. If you watch it, it's a good watch, but then afterwards you start asking a ton of questions that kind of break it. And it's one of those where you just need to watch it and enjoy it and move on. Like, don't think about it too much, because the more you think about it, the more it's going to break the system. Don't break the system. Just enjoy it for what it is. And there's a degree that I want to say that that's what's going on here. Like, just enjoy it for what it is now. Like, don't press too hard into that she's a story walker aspect of it.
Don't.
And then they did. Exactly. Then they did.
Yeah. Well, they barely. I mean, they barely introduced the idea though. So how they flesh it out and how they go farther into it, because there's a lot, man. They gave us a lot of answers on the smaller things, and it does absolutely feel satisfying. And I mean, I know in the lead up to episode 9, even or through episode 9, people were like ready to walk away from the fandom. They were getting like actively angry.
Were.
And
Yeah.
I was in serious doubt too, because I was kind of disappointed right up to number 10. But I said it many a time. I do feel that they stuck the landing. They gave us enough small answers and I guess at one point or another in the ensuing 18 months we'll actually list all the things that did get answered, and they'll appear as we do the rewatch parties as well. We'll say, oh, okay, well, this was such a big question for 2 whole seasons, and now we know this is what this is, and we'll see that. But they also left so many things wide open, and I love that in the show. They did it all season long, where they'd leave you with a cliffhanger, or they'd get halfway through a scene, because we still don't know exactly what Fatima did with Nikki. We saw her taste the blood and then go back for seconds, but then they cut to the next morning, so we don't know exactly. And there's a lot of stuff they did in this final episode where they show
the conversations between the kimono and Elgin that we didn't see.
Right.
Yeah. So
I'm extremely disappointed too in the From community that I didn't see any moments where Fatima is starting to like really dig into Nikki and like get the blood, and then it cuts immediately to Will Graham pulling off the book off the shelf and looking like, oh, the sweetmeats. Like where's that? I want to see more of that. For the Silence of the Lambs callback.
Hey, do we think? Among the people that are parallels or reincarnations, so we've seen the Civil War soldier with an eye injury, we've seen Blood Skull guy with a road spike through the eye, and now we've got Elgin. And I saw the thing I saw where Elgin said that they'd actually originally filmed it with his eyeball hanging out, and then they cut to they did it differently with him. Somebody was asking, do we think that Elgin is still alive? I still think he's alive. I think he's just fucked up, but he's still alive.
Oh no, he's gonna be be messed up, but he's still alive.
He's alive. Yeah, definitely.
It's heavy trauma, but you're not gonna die from just somebody jabbing something in your ocular cavity.
You just briefly wish that you had.
Well, for the rest of your life, you're gonna go like. I miss
you're
depth
permanently
perception.
screwed. Don't get me wrong. I mean, obviously he's going to be walking around with good old Paula's eye patch next season, most likely. But yeah, he'll be alive. It's highly unlikely that taking Elgin's eye killed him. I would put it at 99.9% that he's still alive. Definitely.
And how about that redemption arc for Sarah? That she's the one.
I love it.
Like,
I love it.
This place has taken too much from Boyd. It's already taken everything from me. I can do this. Like that was
I can do it. I can sacrifice my soul so you don't have to. And and again, we've been seeing Sarah try to redeem herself for so long, try to kind of figure out what kind of role is she going to play in town. And in that finale, boy, did she figure out exactly the role that she can play.
And
I'm the person that can get my hands dirty, so you don't have to. I'm the one that can kind of sacrifice my soul so you don't have to. She's the one who gets her hands dirty, and she's not afraid to do it.
And we've talked for weeks about we needed to see that character that stepped up and took the risk, that took the chance. And who is it? It's Sarah. Like little tiny waif Sarah is the one that's willing to roll up her dress sleeves and like, yeah, I'm going to jab something into his eye until he gives it up.
Do you think there's a parallel then between all the one-eyed people, or do you think this is just something they put in there as a motif?
No, I think that's the cycle, right?
Well, some people think Elgin is the reincarnation of the dude drinking out of the skull with the one eye. Like that's Elgin. Like Elgin's a reincarnation of that guy. Like maybe there are more reincarnations than just Tabitha and Jade. Maybe there are other people that are here in Fromville that are direct reincarnations of that original timeline. And again, I mean, I suppose it's possible. I mean, again, they both have the one eye. The imagery is very similar there. I kind of need to see a little bit more similarities between the two until I'm like 100% convinced he's a reincarnation, but I think it's definitely possible.
Okay. And yeah, because I mean, for me, I just find it harder to believe that it's accidental unless they're doing it on purpose when they're writing it in knowing that it has no purpose and it just looks like
it
that.
Is very similar. Yeah, it would be.
It's always the same eye.
Yeah, it is like a random coincidence if it is random. So no, it's definitely got some merit to it, I would say. Yeah.
But yeah, again though, yeah, for me, I can't. I mean, I'll always throw that question out there, but it's really one of those things. There's no reason to fuss about it, because we'll never know till season 4 at the very minimum. So.
Good point. Good point. No, but it's fun. No, it's fun to speculate though, because I think that's been one of the bigger questions coming out of the season, right? Like we get that confirmation that Jade and Tabitha are reincarnations of 2 of the parents from that original timeline. But again, obviously that begs the question: okay, what about the rest of these people? Like, what about everybody else that's here in Fromville? Are they all just collateral damage, or do they all just happen to get pulled in here, or are some of these other people a little more tied to this than we originally thought? Just because we got that confirmation that Jade and Tabitha are doesn't necessarily mean that other people aren't. Like, again, maybe Julie is a reincarnation of Eloise. Maybe Ethan is the next Victor. Maybe some of these other characters are more directly reincarnated, and it's not just archetypes repeating. So no, I think it's a very valid question to ask. I think it's one we're all kind of wondering, like, all right, who else is,
Yeah. And is Julie, Randall, and Mari the equivalent of Martin and his 2 companions, except Martin was kept alive by the thing? Yeah, that's a question that's going to keep coming up and up. And I'd love to hear what the chat thinks, just to get a consensus. And I mean, I know how it's going to go. It's going to be one of those 53-47 ones because we're all watching the same thing. But is it,
I'll put up a poll real quick, and we will ask you guys in the chat. Are there other characters in Fromville that are reincarnations? Are Jade and Tabitha I'll word it that way so it'll be easier. Are Jade and Tabitha the only reincarnations, or are there others? Are Jade and Tabitha the only ones, yes or no? Let me get that poll up and ready. But in the meantime, Caitlin, so glad to have you here. Hey, everyone. Sorry I've been MIA. I got hurt at work and have done nothing but sleep and take pain meds. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. I hope you're doing better. It's awesome to see you back in the chat. And yeah, it sucks. I mean, it sucks to hear that one of our awesome chat members got hurt. But I hope you're doing well, and hopefully the pain is subsiding. And welcome back to the chat. Always good to see you.
Absolutely, yeah.
Oh, that sucks. All right, let me get this up. Let's take a look. Let's dive into a poll. Are Jade and Tabitha the only reincarnations, or are there more? That is going to be the question. And again, I kind of go back and forth on it. I feel like there's got to be more, right? I mean, it can't just be Jade and Tabitha. I feel like it would be a little weird if it was just them two, like seeing all of these other characters that seem to potentially be mirroring others, knowing that these cycles repeating over and over again are a thing, knowing that all of these other people got pulled here into Fromville. Is that really all just random coincidence and it's only about Jade and Tabitha? I don't know. I mean, like, where does Boyd fit in? Boyd seems to be one of the main characters on this show. You mean to tell me Boyd was just a random bystander who got pulled into this place randomly? Like, I don't know. I tend to think there's more going on there.
We haven't really seen anybody who could be an analog for Boyd in any of the visions of the past or dreams or anything else.
Other than Martin, Martin's the only slightly similar one in terms of they both went through a faraway tree and ended up getting contracted with worms. That's really it, though.
Yeah, but other than that, yeah, they're completely
other than that, there's not really many similarities. Shit.
Yeah, that's it.
Right,
and yeah, it'll be interesting though. And there's a lot of open questions. I liked kind of how they started the season with, we're going to capture one of these MFers and torture it to, make it talk. Who knows what it would have said, but they kind of abandoned that storyline. There were a number of storylines that were introduced and then either not paid out or abandoned altogether. We still don't know about the dogs. Those dogs have been around for that's another like more subtle question.
Well, those are Elgin's seeing eye dogs.
Yeah, running around in the woods. Yeah, and there's more than one, right? Or is there just the one? Is there just Gus?
There's
so
at
far,
least
there's
two.
just the one, but there's another one that's
there's
waiting to
two.
be taken out, depending on how brutal Sarah wants to be.
Oh shit!
We see two dogs in season 1, like when they're in the woods, when we see the dogs barking at Jim and the Matthews family. There's two then. But since then, we've only seen one. Yeah.
And another huge question: we are at a deficit of residents. We've had some kills, but we haven't had the replacements. So that's my other prediction. Other than the boy in white not appearing as the boy in white again, my other prediction is episode 1, season 4. There's got to be new arrivals. We've got to get the new roster in here because we are. If we're going to go with the, I mean, I'm a believer in the parody. Well, I think that's been paid out enough times that when people are killed and other people arrive, not just, I mean, and not even touching on Smiley and the replacement of monsters, but we've got to have some new arrivals. And I think there's going to be something. I don't know what it'll be. It might be I mean, they've already done a bus. What else are they going to have? You know,
well, do we though?
Yeah, exactly.
Or are we on the back end of a cycle?
If
we're on the back end of a cycle, you don't need a resurgence because everybody gonna die. Right? We're on the repeat. We know this happened before when Victor's our tenuous grip to the last piece. The last time this happened, everybody died other than Victor. The boy in white saved Victor. We're at that point now, is what I would argue. Is nobody else is coming. We're at maximum population.
Really?
Now it's time to start whittling things down. We're on the
Okay,
closeout.
so
This cycle is closing out. The two
So
primaries have.
There'll be no new characters in season 4. Then this cast that we have here. This is it. No more new characters.
The only thing you're going to see is you might see like 1 or 2 representations of the entity, of the evil, of the darkness, however you want to. You're going to see it in a different form, which goes back to the paintings, which are representations of that evil, that entity. Or maybe it's not even evil. I mean, in reference to the situation, we don't really have a context. You don't know what it is. Yeah. Whatever it is, those are just different forms. So you might see different forms, but I think you're in the Act 2, the downswing of this cycle. And incoming, no, sorry, all flights are canceled. Nobody's coming in. Everybody that's here, you're either going to make it out, and really to a degree, come on, man, it's no one here gets out alive. It's nobody's ever made it out.
Most of them are.
Other than Victor.
I want to jump in. I do want to jump in real quick. Check out fan funding, and I think we did miss a super chat actually. Somehow it got lost in the mix.
I got 2 more actually that I needed to.
Oh,
get
okay.
We got Panda Nikki from thank you, Panda Nikki, for the $2.79. Baby Tabby was screaming at the giant spider. I mean, Nikki, you might have cracked the whole freaking case wide open with this whole. Nikki had that very interesting eagle eye where she found something lurking in the background in season 2, episode 2, right around the 30-minute mark. And I actually haven't gone back and watched the episode yet myself. I meant to go back and get some like clean, clear screenshots of it. And I definitely will for tomorrow night's watch party stream. And we'll take a closer look. But no, yeah, you might have kicked the door open on this whole giant spider thing, Nikki. You might have spotted something that's at the very least incredibly interesting, and definitely has me intrigued in terms of what other kind of weird stuff are we going to see on these rewatches when we start paying a little bit closer attention to some of these nighttime forest scenes and what's out there in the background. Because yes, what you saw was undeniable in terms of it was definitely something moving back there. That's what made it so interesting. It wasn't something that was just stationary. Yes, I only showed a still of it, but if you watch the actual video of it that we have in the Discord, if you watch the episode on your own screen, you'll see that whatever she spotted, it's not just something that's just out there in the background. It's actually moving, almost like it's walking towards Boyd. So no, you found something really interesting there, Nikki. And yeah, maybe Baby Tabitha was screaming at that spider the whole time. Maybe it wasn't the man in yellow. That's certainly a possibility. Because that's another thing I imagine they have to answer at some point. What was young Tabitha screaming at? What scared her like that?
Yeah, it's a great question. Did she ever say, she said she woke up, right? She was horrified and then she woke up. Yeah. Okay.
Exactly.
Interesting.
But I have to imagine at some point she's going to get that memory back, or maybe even have that dream again as an adult.
Okay. And we'll just get a reverse view and see exactly what it was.
Maybe. But no, again, awesome stuff with the eagle eye spot from Panda Nikki. That was really, really good one. Really good find. We got Gina Lloyd, Nick's Ticks Memes for 5 as well. Thank you so much, Gina Lloyd. Notice how the boy in white's clothing is pristine, but the man in yellow's clothing is filthy AF, aka Big Ben from Charlie Brown. Man, well, you do make a good point. You do make a very valid point. We look at the man in yellow, and this was kind of one of my only nitpicks with the character reveal. Like, I'm really glad we got this character. Don't get me wrong. I love the potential for this character and where it's going to go. But after seeing that picture in Miranda's basement in episode 2 this season, and seeing the painting of the man in yellow, yeah, I was kind of hoping he was going to have a little bit more of a dapper kind of look to him, a little bit more of a clean kind of look to his yellow suit, as opposed to these kind of tattered look that he's presented in. But
it looks like the monsters. I mean, the monsters are grubby when they're in their cave form.
Yeah.
You know what I thought of was it's not a good movie. I mean, well, it is. It's a fun movie, but it's not a comic faithfully movie. But it's the 2005 adaptation of Constantine. When I saw this guy come out, and I watched this whole sequence, I thought of, and I can never remember. I think it's Stoudemire that played Lucifer.
Stoudemire as Lucifer. Yeah.
When he comes down, right, he's in this immaculately white suit that's like perfectly pressed, but his feet are fucking dripping tar.
Yes.
Like, as he comes down and the tar flows over the table as he comes down, and then he has that great dialogue with Keanu Reeves as Constantine. Like, that would have been a perfect moment for, if this guy is pure utter evil, like, you make him the exact opposite of how you want him to be presented, right? You make him pristine, other than like one little tiny thing. The fact that he's not that way, I go back to the yin and yang, because there's good and bad.
The grandpa gun there, you got a little bit of grandpa gun going on.
Yeah, he's the exact opposite of the boy in white. He's old, and he's old. He's disheveled. He's not strong. And the boy in white is pressed and clean. But they both represent, neither one of them. Again, it's the yin yang. Both have a little bit of good and a little bit of bad. It's not a Lucifer God situation, because you're not playing into that everything is white or everything is black. I think they're playing into, there's a balance here, and this represents bad, quote unquote bad. But again, we don't know the whole story, man. At the end of the day, the boy in white could be the super evil thing because he wants this to continue, and this guy could be doing something good. For all you anti-Jim haters out there, and this is what, for 3 seasons, I have heard nothing but Jim sucks. And then the minute somebody kills Jim, like, oh, he's got to be the bad guy. Like, wait a minute. Like, I've been in the minority for 3 seasons minus 1 episode that Jim's not that bad. But the minute somebody rips Jim's throat out, he's the bad guy. I thought Jim was the bad guy.
Shit. It is kind of ironic, if nothing else, I guess, now that you pointed out. Yeah, three seasons of Jim hate. Now everybody's sad that Jim's gone. And again, I think that speaks to the writing, if nothing else. It speaks to the really good writing that we got here in season 3, in particular in this final episode, where they managed to take a character where a decent portion of the fandom, at least here, really disliked Jim. A lot of people just didn't like Jim, and that's totally fine. I mean, everybody's free to like or dislike any character they want. But it's really good writing when you take a character like that and you make it sympathetic, and you kill this character off in a way where even people who hated Jim, felt this scene. And that was one thing I saw in a lot of my comment sections, that even people are saying, as much as I hated Jim, I felt bad for him in the end. That was one of the biggest ones we got, that people genuinely felt bad for Jim, because you look at the kind of circumstances that he died under. It is kind of tragic and sad, where one minute he's finally committing himself to his wife in terms of, committing to help her. We're seeing this great character development and this great growth of Jim, where he's finally evolving a bit as a character. And then all of a sudden, boom, he gets hit with this massive freaking gut punch that Tabitha is actually a reincarnated version of one of the original parents. And oh, by the way, her and Jade had a freaking kid. Like, how do you process something like that? How do you deal with something like that? Like, and then boom, 2 seconds later for him to get killed protecting this future version of Julie. It's just,
Right.
I totally understood why people, not everybody, but I totally understood why some people went from hating Jim to really feeling bad for him in the end.
Yeah, I never like hated him. What really underscored it, the real turn was the argument that him and Tabby had. Remember the one that was ended by the monster screaming? When he, she's looking out the window and he comes up to her and he's like, "Look, you did everything that you could," just essentially trying to play the supportive role, trying to be. And she's like, "How do you know that? How do you know that I did everything?" It's like, fuck you, I'm trying to comfort you, I'm making a token attempt at comforting you. And she just jumped on him. Then it exploded into a much bigger argument. That was the argument that, Julie heard. And that was when the next morning, Jim went out with to the Cannibal Village to get more veggies and stuff. That's where this when he was out at the Cannibal Village is when Jade, Tabby, and Ethan took their field trip out there. But yeah, I mean, he wasn't always bad. Suzanne says, Ravener lies, you're completely in all of him dying. You love the fact that he's a goner. No. I mean, I know Aldous and I hadn't streamed on Saturdays together. But I think we were kind of like parallel. And
you guys were similar.
It was kind of meme-ish. Yeah, the Jim hate was a meme, but then I think it took a life of its own.
Yep.
Or I think it was like the easy way to, nobody's going to fight you on the Jim hate, so it was an easy thing to go along with. And just like every meme, the first guy to do it doesn't stand a chance, because the next guy has to. If I hate Jim at a power of 2, the next guy has to hate Jim at a power of 5. And then it goes exponential. But ultimately, I mean, and there were some serious weaknesses in the writing of his character. And, we touched on it earlier, how he reacted to certain situations and the direction that he went. I mean, hell, he was along with Randall when right up till Randall tied Donna to the tree.
Right.
That's when Jim got cold feet, but he was always the one. I mean, whether it was alongside of Randall, whether it was alongside of Jade, regardless of who was alongside of, he was always one of those guys that was pushing to solve this problem. And not in a physical way, in a tangible way, in a real way, not the metaphysical. And little did he know that his rational approach was never going to be the solution. Unfortunate for Jim. And I think maybe they had to write him like that, because he couldn't be. The other character that could have gotten away with that was Jade, and they compromised Jade immediately by giving him visions and supernatural stuff. So
right.
Jim
well, also,
really
Jade started off immediately with being showed that he abuses substances, right? Like he's he's not rational, or he's of rational mind, but he's not of rational behavior. Jim was shown to be of rational mind, but of rational behavior. And I think the other thing that's with the Jim aspect of things is, and I'm trying to think of how to phrase this, but so Jim is in a situation where there's unexplained things going on, but he's an engineer. He wants to always fix everything, right? And so he's trying to rationalize everything. What's the best example of that? When he works together with Jade and he gets the radio tower up and they get on the radio. And then now pause at that moment at the end of season 1. Now I want you to look at that Jim, ignore 90% of the things that happened in season 2, and look at the Jim that you get at the end of season 3. Tell me that's not the same Jim. The Jim that we get in episodes 9 and 10 of season 3 are the Jim that you saw in the end of episode 1, or the end of season 1. And the Jim that you get in interspersed doesn't feel like the same character. That's kind of where I'm coming from. Like it really feels that way for me.
Okay, interesting. No, it's an interesting perspective on it, because he has gone through some changes. Like you said, he's definitely a much different character in season 2 than he was in season 1, and in season 3 that he was in 2. So, yeah, maybe it was a little bit more of him kind of coming back full circle to where he maybe originally started, where not coming back full circle, but maybe coming back full circle with now having a deeper understanding after having made that journey, where now he does kind of realize, yes, Tabitha isn't something that is broken that needs to be fixed. She's my wife that just needs support, kind of way. So I do think Jim had some really interesting influence along the way, like Henry in particular, that kick in the pants that Henry gives to Jim this season, I think was instrumental to bringing that aspect out of Jim in these final 2 episodes, where he did start to kind of realize some of his faults and some of his follies, how he was kind of holding on to things too tight. He had this need to control his family in every aspect. Yes, he did it out of love. He did it because he loved his family and wanted to protect them, but he also kind of stifled them in the same sense using those methods. But no, that's an interesting way to look at it, that he kind of, came full circle from the Jim he was at the beginning to the Jim that he turned into in season 2, and then kind of came back to it again in season 3. Yeah, he had an interesting ride, I guess you could say. And this is one thing I love about From. It's so not just about the mystery. Yes, the mystery aspect is such a huge draw to the show, and I totally get why the mystery is as popular as it is. But if you're watching the show just for the mystery angle, you're missing so much of these kind of moments, the good human element moments, the good character developing moments, seeing what these characters actually go through, seeing some of the hurdles and the personal journeys that they are on. Is just as interesting as the mystery itself, when you look a little bit deeper at some of the stuff that the show asks you. Again, I say it all the time, but it's a very basic and kind of intriguing insight into just the basic human condition and how we operate as people, some of our motivations, what makes us tick, what gets us up out of bed in the morning, what does fear do to us, what does trauma do to us, what does isolation do to us. So there's a whole other aspect to really dive into when it comes to this show. Yes, the mystery aspect is really fun, don't get me wrong. I love theorizing as to what this means, what that means, where this is going, where that is going. But I also love the kind of deeper underlying themes that some of these writers are weaving in terms of just some of the basic natural human instinct and what would we as humans do in situations like this. So yeah, I got to give the writing some praise for season 3. They really brought it home in a very interesting way. I know there were some people who were really hankering for answers during season 3 and wanted some of them to come a little bit earlier, which I totally understand. But for the most part, again, I can't speak for everybody, but just judging on most of the comments that I've been seeing in my comment section on some of my breakdowns, so some of our breakdowns, is it seems like the finale definitely satisfied a lot of people in terms of like the people who really wanted answers. It seems like a lot of people were satisfied with the answers we got. And I was too. I was super satisfied with how they portrayed this final episode. It was a perfect mix of giving us definitive answers while also setting up some new intriguing things for season 4 and beyond. So overall, yeah, I was satisfied. So I guess I'll ask that to you guys as well. For anybody in the chat who was kind of, and again, I think all of us were in a similar boat where we all wanted answers. Everybody wants answers. Were you guys satisfied with the season 3 finale? Were the answers that were given, were they satisfactory? And are you guys happy about where season 4 is going? Ravener?
Yeah, and I was actually surprisingly satisfied. All the way through episode 9, I was always an advocate for the monster scenes. Episodes 1 and 2, great. Episode 4, great. And then it just started tailing off to a bunch of talk and a bunch of daytime scenes. Nothing great going on all the way up to number 9. Even at number 7, I was like, hey, they're going to blow our socks off with 8, 9, and 10. And then 8 came, and it's like, well, yeah, they put some people into place where they needed to be, but 9 and 10 are going to knock us out. It's going to be amazing. And then 9 came, and I was like, oh, fuck. And then I was like, well, and I was like, how are they going to wrap all this up? I really did. I thought they dropped the ball all the way through episode 9. I was like, I don't see how they're going to write this into an ending that is anything close to satisfying. I thought there was
how are
way
they
too
gonna
many
wrap it all
parts.
up?
Yeah, way too many moving parts. And even through episode 9, they weren't drawing people together where they would interact. They were literally separating them into pairs and sending them off into woods, giving, Donna and Acosta some just pointless dialogue that could have been done anywhere or omitted completely to no loss of the episode. I was like, how the F are they going to wrap this up with a bow, give us any kind of satisfying conclusion? But honestly, I think they did. They answered small questions. They answered little things, but they did it in sufficient quantity that is like, okay. And then, a lot. And again, man, by settling it on the supernatural as the overarching explanation, I think that was, like you guys were saying, a little early. I thought we got that resolution a lot earlier than I thought we would get it. I thought that was something they'd leave. Yeah, I thought they would leave it wide open and answer other questions, maybe lead us on. But again, now that we know, we can approach the theorizing and other aspects, with a little bit narrower focus. Not that we'll ever stop theorizing, not that we'll ever stop deep diving, but honestly, we can economize our energy, focus a little more narrowly, and it's probably a service. It's probably a service to both the deep dives, the theorizers, the tinfoil people, and the casual viewers, because now we have a direction to go where we can still choose how much energy we mental energy and brain power we spend trying to figure out the different questions, but now at least we know how to approach them. We have to approach it through the supernatural prism rather than any of the other ones that it possibly could be. And it's still wide open. The thing about supernatural, it's just like any fiction. You can write it into being. The writers can make the rules whatever they want it to be at this point. The same way as with the simulation. You can code in a simulation anything to be any way you want it to be. Supernatural, you can absolutely do the same thing. And so questions like the infrastructure, why is there water, why is there electricity, doesn't matter, it just is. It could be the man in yellow wills it into being. Maybe he controls every, like if we believe that he controls the environment there, he can will anything into being. If he wants them to have electricity so that they're happier and they stay in Fromville more comfortably, then he can will it. If he wants to punish them for transgressions by killing their vegetables, then he can will it. I mean, if he is part and parcel of this, the fabric of Fromville, I mean, he's kind of the determinant. It seems like, the one thing that he doesn't have control of, I think, might be the faraway trees, and those are
and the boy and white, maybe.
I think the boy and white controls the faraway trees, and they flat out said the faraway trees are a product of the hope of the children that were sacrificed. So
then why is it? He makes this a point. He says, he extenuates it.
Mm-hmm.
Your wife never should have dug. So why is that the problem? If that's
because
the
I
case,
think digging that hole for Tabitha set her on the path to finding out who she really was, which he does not want to happen because he doesn't want the cycle to get broken.
Okay, but how is her finding? How would the cycle get broken then? That to me, if you're right, and I like where you're headed.
Save the children, breaks the cycle. It seems like that, but that's exactly what we need to find out. But based on what the show has been setting up so far, that has been the point. Everybody, they've been reincarnated each and every time because they keep coming back to try and fix what they failed to do the first time, and that was save the children. How they save those children still remains to be seen.
I'm going to go with some of the super meta, and Amy Bones again is on the same vein as me, and I think it's metaphorical. I think it's because Tabitha was digging for answers.
Exactly. The man in yellow
has nothing to do with the hole. It's asking the question. The whole matters nothing. That's why he doesn't want those questions. It's not that he doesn't want those questions to get asked because he just doesn't want information to get found out for no old reason. It's because he doesn't want these cycles to get broken. Right.
Has to be a reason for
the cost. Very good. Yeah, the chat's right there with us.
knowledge comes with a cost. And that's why he shows up now, because at no other point in time did they ever come this close to breaking that cycle and finding out who they really are. Jade and Tabitha found out who they really were. That's the knowledge that comes at a cost. That's why he shows up in the manner he does. At least that's what I think. Some have been wondering if it was the song that summoned him, if it was Julie that brought him there. I think it was pretty clear from his dialogue that it was the knowledge that Tabitha and Jade uncovered that brought him here. This knowledge comes at a cost. This is knowledge I don't want you having. So I think that's why he mentions the hole, because I think Tabitha, as soon as she started digging that hole, it set her on the quest to wanting those answers. She was determined to find those answers right when she started digging that hole. I think that's why he brings that reference up. And it gives us as the audience the answer to the question, who was on the freaking end of that radio, which we've been dying to know.
Do you think that do you think the talismans were a manifestation of the man in yellow, or something that he created for them?
They come from?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a big question.
If you're gonna get to this point, then yes, he created them, and they mean nothing.
Maybe.
They have no
because if the
bearing.
man in yellow
than...
wants them to live in here, if he doesn't want the cycle to get broken, if he's bringing people in here, or if he's allowing people in here to just live normal lives, it seems like he wants people in here and he just wants them to go about their regular day. It seems like when they start looking for answers, that's when the crazy shit starts happening. So yeah, maybe the man in yellow is behind the talismans just to make life here more normal, so they would become complacent and not look for answers.
And it's always the guy in the yellow shirt. The guy in the yellow shirt finds the livestock. The guy in the yellow shirt finds the talisman. Boyd.
Maybe.
But yeah, it seemed like, and it would seem like there were good things that I see, and I would have thought that if there was a good entity, a bad entity, the good entity is the one doing the helpful things, but it's not actually helpful. It's all things that make people complacent. And we've seen with both the colony house and the town, almost everybody, that was the first thing that gets choked out of any new arrival. It seems like, is the desire to do anything different than what they're doing. They just need to get into a routine and stay there. And if that's what it feeds, for lack of a better word, if that's what feeds the man in yellow, then he would be perfectly happy with that. And he'd be perfectly happy providing quote unquote good things to the residents who are not aspiring to leave. Only when people are building towers, only when people are digging literally and figuratively in the basement, looking for things, looking for answers, does he lash out? Does he change the weather? Victor says, how long has it been since the leaves had changed? They didn't need to change because they didn't need seasons and whatnot. I do want to throw one thing out there. There was the worst thing about episode 10, about the finale, was, and the things that does give the writers jive turkey status, was that 13 minutes of some other show tacked on to the end when we thought we were getting 77 minutes.
You weren't the only one. I saw a few people actually commenting, because we're going into this finale and we see 73 minutes is the runtime. We were all like, oh shit, we're finally getting a fucking long episode. Yes. And don't get me wrong, it was still longer than usual. It was like a good full hour, but we all saw 73 minutes and got so excited. And then we get to the final 15 and it's a preview for another show. So a lot of people were a little.
The most important part is that drove Ravener to yet again jive turkey, and I that never gets old. I need more Ravener. I need more Ravener jive turkey hot takes. Is what I need. Life.
I gotta keep that. I gotta keep that in the lexicon, because some stuff like that's gonna die out one of these days, but not if I have anything to say with that. And that was Xavier Anderson that brought that up. So yeah.
Thanksgiving weekend Ravener jive turkey moment.
Man,
thank you, Xavier. It was, and again, you definitely, a lot of people shared your sentiment, and I saw a few comments like, oh man, I thought this was supposed to be a 73-minute long episode and we get 15 minutes of some freaking show that's not even on yet. I was like, oh fuck, people are not gonna be happy with this. I'm right there with you. I saw that 73-minute runtime and I thought, yes, super hyped. As Blue Guns and Roses says, that was so mean. I was hyped for the 73 minutes. I was too. Yeah, they really pulled the rug right out from underneath us. I guess that's something we didn't expect. I haven't seen it yet either. I believe it starts this week.
No, I mean, I haven't watched the fucking extra 13 minutes.
Oh, the 15-minute preview?
Yeah, even at the end. I mean, how many times have I rewatched the episode, even downloaded it and played it on watch parties and stuff? I still, just on the sheer principle of it.
Just on GP, yeah.
Yeah. Like you said, it looks like it might be pretty good. I was like, I can't make myself do it. Someday I might buckle, but today is not that day.
No, it's hilarious, man. It's absolutely funny. And but they, as Amy said, they at least did pack a lot to the last episode, and that was one thing I was happy with. Yes, it wasn't the full 73 minutes that we were led to believe, but it still was a little bit longer than your average episode. Most of the episodes this season were around 45 to like 50 minutes in runtime, and then you take away 3-4 minutes or so for the intro and the credit section and all of that. You're usually left with, most of the episodes this year anyway, were around 45 minutes or so of like actual screen time of 45 minutes. But this episode was, at least it was a full hour of actual show. So I was happy for that. But yeah, man, I wanted that extra 15 minutes. Fuck, man. We can watch Earth Abides another day. Fuck. But yeah. Just that's MGM for you, and I get it. They want to hype up their new show. That's the next big show that they're hoping will catch on now that From's done. But like you said, like Ravener, I wouldn't be surprised if you weren't the only one. I mean, did they potentially alienate a few potential viewers by doing that? Maybe at least one. Maybe more. Maybe more. Maybe people don't want to watch Earth Abides now because they got hokeyed up.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I embrace the pettiness. I mean, I don't know if they.
I'm at one with my pettiness.
Yeah, I guess that's a good question. How many of you guys did watch the 13 minutes? Because Ravener, we know, didn't. Glue Guns and Roses did not watch the 13 minutes. How many of you guys in the chat actually watched the 13-minute preview of that new show, Earth Abides? I actually watched it. I got to be honest. I did watch it. I watched most of it. I don't know if I saw the full 13 minutes, but I at least watched most of it just to kind of get a feel for what the show might be. And I'm a big fan of Alexander, what's his name there? Freaking Gustafson, or not Gustafson.
Ludwig. Skarsgård?
No, Ludwig. Alexander Ludwig. He played Bjorn on Vikings. So I'm a big fan of him. He's a really good actor. I loved him on Vikings, so I kind of wanted to see it just because he was in it. I figured, I liked him in Vikings. I'll at least give it a shot. So I did watch most of the preview, and it doesn't really give you a whole lot about the show. It's just kind of a quick little introduction. But I don't know. I mean, when the first episode drops, I'll watch the first episode and see how it is, and I'll go from there. But yes, I did watch most of the preview. But let us know in the chat. Did you guys watch the 13-minute preview of Earth Abides, or did you skip it out of spite? Let's see.
Yeah, and if it does actually pan out, if it does turn out to be good, because we're always on the watch, especially now that From is over for a long time. We'll get some mileage out of the rewatch parties and other stuff, but we're definitely actively looking for things. I've heard a lot of recommendations about Silo, which was not something that I could have gotten into. I know other people are. I mean, other people are super, super into it and finding that the second season is even better than the first. So there'll be, I promise you guys that at some point there will be some discussion of Silo. I'm definitely looking forward to Severance. I did not read Dune. I did not like Dune, the movie, the first one. Didn't watch the second one because I don't like Zendaya. But I'm actually kind of digging the new Dune. Just taking it in isolation. Now, to be fair, I did buy the 6-book on Amazon for Black Friday. I did buy like a 6-book Dune collection along with the 4-book Lord of the Ring collection because everything was so inexpensive, and I will get around to reading that stuff.
That 4-book Lord of the Ring collection was phenomenal. That was a hell.
Is that amazing? $15, man. So yeah, even if you treat it rough, if you don't really care too much.
I bought 3 sets just for Christmas gifts. Like even if I'm not going to give them away this year, I'll just stock them out, and they're going out next year.
Yeah, it was like $15.87 or something with a $3 coupon automatically. So it's like, how can you not?
It's a steal.
for all of them, the
Absolutely,
Hobbit and
yeah.
the three
Yeah,
the
Lord
whole
of the
trilogy.
Rings.
Yeah, it's
That's a damn steal right there. Fuck.
Yeah, yeah. But I like Dune. I like Dune Prophecy, just taken in
Okay.
isolation as its own thing. The first one,
Yeah.
the first episode caught me, and the second episode kept me engaged. So I'm definitely on board for that one. I did find that Travis Fimmel was the same. He always has that little smirky, like he's always going to be that guy.
Yeah.
But when he's, you know, he's a good looking guy, but he has that little confident smirk that he knows more than other people. At least in this case, he actually does have an ability, you know, that can, you know, up to this point, that can counter the big zinger power that the lady has. The
right.
Yeah.
No,
the
the
mother
thing about
spirit.
man, the thing
Yeah.
about that, and we'll get into it. I know we're gonna do videos on it later, but I just want to say this. It literally looks like they like cryoed him at the end of Raised by Wolves and then just pulled him out.
Brought him out to this show.
It was like when he like the first time they revealed his character, I'm like, it's the same. He's got the same
This
haircut.
is Marcus. It's Marcus. Marcus is back.
They didn't change anything. And then we cut to the Emperor's wife, and the Emperor's wife looks exactly the same as she did right before you saw her die in The Witcher.
In The Witcher, yeah.
Queen. It's like,
Yeah.
could we maybe just change people just a little bit so it doesn't look like central casting? Because we're getting a little too close to like 1945 studio system here. It just, that's the only complaint I have with regards to the casting. There's millions, I have hours of rant that I could do on the content. Honestly, most of my anger right now with Dune is directed towards YouTube and YouTube creators. Because, oh my God, if you're going to cover Dune, at least understand how to pronounce things. And my head is exploding as I listen to people like try to pronounce words in Dune. Or my favorite was one video opened with, I have never read a book of Dune. I have not watched any of the movies of Dune. I watched Dune Prophecy and I didn't understand what was going on. And at that point, I pretty much want to just taser you in the mouth. Because why you can't enter a series, a show on a series that has 60 plus years of history that you just, I just don't want to do any research and I'm just going to watch it.
A little bit of background on it. Yeah.
Like you got to try. Just put a little bit of effort into your video that's analyzing a show. Just a little bit. Oh man.
Well, it's always funny. But it looks like a lot of people also didn't watch Earth Abides either when it comes to the 15-minute preview. We got a lot of nopes in the chat. Caitlin didn't watch it. Samuel says nope. Embrace the pettiness, says Amy Bones. Yes, embrace the pettiness. Got to embrace the pettiness sometimes, right? You got to be able to laugh and embrace the pettiness every once in a while.
You got to know yourself.
We got a hell no from Princess V. Everybody's saying no or hell no. Xavier, me either. Lord Raven, I refuse to watch it either. Yeah, people are boycotting it just out of spite.
Yeah, it's such a powerful emotion, such a powerful driver. Spite.
Man. Literally everybody is saying nope. Nope, I didn't. Nope from just me. Nope from Kelly. Watch it with a scowl on my face.
That's funny. I watched it, but I didn't like it. You can't make me like it.
I watched it, but I was mad the whole time.
Don't even worry about it. You kill me, man. That's awesome.
Show looks interesting though. It does look like a halfway interesting show. I'll at least give them that. It looks like it's going to be kind of like an interesting post-apocalyptic show after the world has already fallen, kind of thing. Gina watched it. At least Gina Lloyd. Nick's Ticks Memes did watch it. All right, so I'm not alone. At least Gina watched it with me. Love it. Might give it a shot though, says Samuel. Okay, all right. Yeah, Ragnarsson. We did see Ragnarsson indeed. Susie can't even remember if she watched it or not, so it definitely probably didn't leave an impression if she did. Oh man, yeah. Do a poll, you traitor. I am a traitor. I'll do a quick poll before we shuffle off here. We'll do a quick who watched the 15-minute preview poll. Let's end this poll, though. We got 70% of people said no. Interesting.
Jade and Tabitha are not the only reincarnations. Good. So there are more parallels in play, maybe. Interesting.
And again, I tend to agree with the chat on this one. When it comes to like there being other reincarnations, there's got to be, right? There's no way how it's only just Jade and Tabitha that are special, and the rest of them were kind of just randomly brought in here. It can't be that simple. So no, I do tend to agree with the chat. I think that there are some other ones that were probably reincarnations as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
But then it also begs the question. I mean, we know that there's going to be some collateral damage, like the old couple in the bus, the people that shook hands with the monsters the first night, that kind of stuff. But how many of them also, how many of the primary characters, or at least the name brand characters, let's call them, are not just collateral damage, like the Kennys of the world? The Acostas of the world. I guess we haven't been shown enough flashbacks or visions or anything to link them to anything to be a reincarnation of them. But do we think that they are like every name brand character that we know of? Do we think that they might be, and they might just be, they might have been average people in the past as well, just townsfolk?
Again, and then that's where it becomes kind of interesting, right? Because it gives us so much more to kind of dive into and to try and look back. And I think this is where the rewatch is going to be kind of fun when we do start the rewatch and we start looking at some of these background details and hopefully pick up on some things that we might have missed the first go around. Can we actually see any signs pointing to this character maybe being a little bit more important? Maybe this one was brought here for a specific reason. Maybe this one's a little bit more random. Because, yeah, I mean, we have a lot of big core characters here. It's not just Jade and Tabitha. Like you mentioned, we got Kenny, Boyd, Christy, Mari, Acosta. Like there's so many characters that are in the show that are still, their roles are still yet to be determined. So, no, I think that's going to be very fun going forward, trying to figure out who is, are there other reincarnations? And if so, who are they? And what are they a reincarnation of? Like, and will we ever actually get like a proper glimpse of the original timeline? I imagine we will at some point. I feel like they have to, at least some point, they have to really show the ritual. Like whatever these parents did to these Onkui children that caused them to get turned into monsters, I imagine that's something they have to show us at some point, right? And that was one thing that I took a few, decimals of a point away from my overall score in the finale. Was we learned a lot of information, don't get me wrong, but we learned it all through exposition. We didn't see any of it. It was only just hearing about it, whether it was Tabitha giving us the exposition about what she saw in terms of the monster's origins, or whether it was not Tabitha, whether it was Fatima giving us the exposition about the monsters, or Tabitha giving us the exposition about her and Jade being one of the original parents. We got a lot of information, which was great. I love getting definitive answers, but it would have been a little bit nicer to actually see this in a flashback or in a vision as opposed to just hearing it through exposition. So I'm hoping at some point they do actually travel to that original timeline and we actually get to see it as opposed to just hearing about it.
Yeah. Yep.
I guess
and I had another question too on it. It completely escaped me. It'll come back to me.
Oh, okay. No worries.
Damn it.
No worries.
I had one chambered too. Damn it. Oh well.
Well, PM's afraid to be tased, so she's not going to be speaking anymore. Don't worry, you're not going to get tased in this show. We will keep the tasers at bay. But yeah, it looks like 79% of you so far, 79% of you did not watch the 15-minute preview after From. For anyone who has recently just entered the chat and you're wondering what the poll might be about, we were talking a little bit about the runtime in the season finale of From, how we were told it was going to be 73 minutes in runtime. Then when we actually watched the episode, we found out that the last 15 minutes or so we're all a preview for another episode. So we were asking the chat, how many of you watched the preview for that next show, and how many of you just skipped it out of spite? And it seems like we have a spite-filled chat on this evening, and I love seeing it. I love it. 82% of you said, screw that preview, I'm not watching it. Hey, can't argue with the chat. The will of the chat is the will of the chat at the end of the day. It was a mean trick to Jamie Bones. It was a bit of a mean trick, wasn't it? A little bit of a mean little trick there in the end.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I remember what I was going to say. I went through the because I was looking at the new nurse, the new nurse and the old nurse, and it doesn't look like the old nurse did anything else other than From. So I think some of these people might just be like almost like glorified extras, kind of like local, Nova Scotia locals who get plugged in for a brief time, but maybe she had another job where she couldn't free up the time to film nurse roles in the later ones. The Civil War soldier is literally like a townsperson number 3. So that dude is actually appearing in multiple roles in From. So I'm assuming that he's probably local to the area as well, available. Okay. And they threw him in some makeup to be the Civil War soldier. And then when they need him to be, in the crowd when Boyd is telling everybody that they'll not break us and we're going to go find Fatima, like he's also randomly in the crowd, maybe in the funeral. I don't know, like Tianjin's funeral, whenever they needed additional people to fill up space. So it's neat that they're reusing people, or people are filling multiple parts. The guy that played Matthias is actually named Matthias. I always laugh when the character is the same name as the person. So it's like, Matthias, go over there. They know exactly what they're talking about.
Yeah. They did that on Supernatural too. They would just they would bring on extras and just have their character just be the name of the extra, just to make it easier. Probably just to make it easier on the director, I would imagine. Yeah.
Right.
Hey, you Bobby, you go over there. But yeah, no, I was a little bummed when they recast the nurse. And I know I've said this in the past, but this season 2 nurse here that I have on the screen she's just so creepy, man. She just had that creepy nurse vibe. It was the only monster that came close to invoking that kind of unsettling feeling that Smiley used to give me every time I saw him and his creepy smile on screen. And again, it was nice to get Smiley back. As sus as the circumstances were for him coming back, it is nice to see Smiley back on the show with, just how iconic of a monster that he is. But yeah, I was a little bit bummed when they recast this nurse. Again, the nurse they cast for season 3 is a phenomenal actress, and very easy on the eyes, I must say. She's a kind of a cutie. I got to give her some props in terms of that improv scene that she filmed with Boyd. The scene of her outside of the window and Boyd opens up the blinds at night and she motions and puts the gun to her head, like motions, hold the gun, put the gun to your head. It was very interesting to know that was all completely improv scene. None of that was in the script. It was never written for her to motion to put the gun to her head. That was something that just the actress thought would work in that moment. And it did. It made the scene better, I thought. So it's nice to see sometimes actors and actresses they just have a really good feel for the role they're playing, and they just know what'll work and what won't work. And I feel like this is what made Paddy Considine so good as King Viserys. Because he and Matt Smith had similar improv moments that just ended up being way better than the writing, like his crown falling off of his head while he's walking up the throne room, and Damon coming up behind him and picking it up and helping him up the way. That was all improv. So it's nice to see some of these improv scenes.
Yeah, and it was, I said it before, but I'll say it again. It was brave on her part too, because we know that Harold Perrineau can handle anything. He can react to anything, respond to anything. But for a random person, just like a random, especially in your first season as being recast as a nurse, to take the, and granted, it's not like it's on film anymore. If even if it's filmed on digital, it's not like you can't do a retake, and it's not like they probably didn't do that, retake that scene a time or two. But for her to come up with that just on the fly and add that little finger gun to the head element to that scene, definitely added to that scene, definitely made it more taunting, more menacing. Because I'm sure the what's wrong, Boyd, or whatever it was that she said that spurred Boyd to get up and go to the window was already written in there. but her doing that, yeah, chef's kiss on that, because and it's almost even more provocative too, because the goal was to get him to do whatever, shoot the windows, shoot at her, do whatever, to get him to do something drastic before Ellis, talks him down, tells him to sit back down. So good job on her for sure, and good job on the whoever, the cinematographers, the editors, the showrunners, whoever it was, to say that was a keeper. We're going to leave that in. We're going to keep that and make that part of it. Good senses, good instincts to keep that stuff.
That's the mark. Yeah, that's the mark of a good director, I feel too, and I feel like they're very lucky to have a seasoned director like Jack Bender, who's worked on everything you can imagine. Like, Jack Bender has directed episodes of some of the best shows that have come out over the last decade or so. He's my personal favorite TV director. I mean, ever since I first saw him on Game of Thrones in the early seasons. So that's very much a mark of a good director as well, to see that improv and to not yell cut, to let the scene play out and just see where it's going to go. Some directors that are maybe not as seasoned or aren't as experienced might see something like that and instantly just yell cut because it's not the take that they want. But a director like Jack Bender is seasoned enough to know, okay, let's see where this goes. Let's see how this plays out. We got plenty of film. We can always do another take. But this is an interesting kind of ad-lib moment that we didn't throw into the scene. Let's see if it works. So yeah, it's good instincts on everybody behind the camera, from the director to keep that scene going, to not yell cut, to the cinematographers and the editors in the editing bay to look at that scene and realize, holy shit, the scene works way better with this in there. So yeah, it's just good instincts on everybody involved for sure.
Yeah. And especially knowing that you can always cut it in editing anyway. If it doesn't pan out, if it doesn't work, if you don't like it, it's better to have it and not use it than to not have it.
Exactly. More film, more takes, more unique takes it's always better to have more options to choose from to get the best possible version of a scene that you can get. And they did that. I feel like they very much did that. We got Don't Even Worry About It for $5. Thank you so much. Don't even worry about it, but no question attached. Don't even worry about it. If you have a specific topic, if you have a specific question or anything that you want us to talk about, please, my friend, let me know in the chat. Don't send another super chat. Just, send a regular chat. But if you have a specific topic or a specific question that you want us to dive into, please let me know, my friend. I always feel bad when people give a super chat, and I feel like I'm not giving them their money's worth if I'm not answering a question or diving into a topic. So thank you so much for the 5. Don't even worry about it. But please, if you have a specific kind of theory or a specific topic you want to talk about, please throw it into the chat, my friend. And we got Just Me for $4.99 as well. Thank you so much, Just Me, for the $4.99. Do you think Julie also threw Martin the rope when he was trapped at the bottom of the well? Might be how he recognized her. Ooh, interesting. And I have always wondered that myself, too, because we do hear Martin say those exact words where when you go through the tree, that's when they get you. Like Martin, everything changed for Martin when he went through the tree and he got trapped. Did he potentially get trapped in that exact same manner as Boyd did? And I very much think that could very well be the case. That Martin's faraway tree maybe did take him to the exact same place where Boyd ended up, and Martin got brought up to the top of that well and infected with the worms in some manner. But no, that's a very interesting idea, Just Me, that could Julie potentially be the one that is going to travel way back at some point to when Martin was down there and throw him the rope? Like you said, at the very least, it would explain why Martin recognized Julie right off the bat. So that's an interesting one. I mean, I'd like to get everybody's take on that. Raven, what about you? You think it's possible Julie might throw a rope down to Martin at some point?
She's like a designated time traveling rope thrower. That's her one job. Yeah. Do one thing and do it well. That's what they always tell you. So that's what she does. No, I mean, that's the thing. We don't really know how many times we're seeing Julie introduced to the story walker role, like real time. Like Ethan explains it to her, she starts doing it. I've heard a lot of postulation about whether the future Julie's appearance with Jim's death was maybe not her first attempt at doing it, or it could have been. It could have been if not the first attempt at her doing her. Yeah, if not her first attempt at doing it, it might have been her early, like almost like she's learning. She's learning how to do it. She's learning what can be done. That she hasn't refined her skills. That she hasn't, like you were talking about Bran in Game of Thrones. Early on, he had to learn how to do it, and maybe Julie's doing the same thing. She has to do it a few times. She may not be flopping around like a fish in the woods, having seizures and stuff while she's spirit walking. Maybe there's going to be a point where she can control it. She can control both her future form and her spirit story walking form. And has a little more control over it, but maybe she just wasn't quite ready, or maybe she was 15 minutes too late. Maybe she passed, but maybe she could, if she had been there 15 minutes earlier and appeared when Jim and Tabby were still talking, before Tabby walked off and Jim walked off, what if she could have appeared in that scene?
Well, and that's what I would anticipate right there, Ravener, is that, and unfortunately I do also, this is my last comment, I got to bail early tonight. You can thank
we're going to be ending this. We're going to end this too here in a sec.
My dog's freaking out right now. I got to take her out.
No,
but I think it would, in season 4, there needs to be a moment where like Julie is running through the woods and something interrupts her. And she's like, no, I have to get to someplace now. And something causes a problem. And she gets distracted, and then she finally breaks free and runs. And then, if you intersperse that moment, that's when she runs and she's late, and that's what causes. She intentionally jumped back early to get there to save her dad, but then there's a moment because there are hard points in time, and one of the hard points in time is Jim has to die, because Jim has to die to get Tabitha on her, either on or off her path. That's kind of where we're at, right, with what we've talked about. But I think you're going to see that is that there's going to be an episode in season 4 where Julie just takes off like a bat out of hell, and going to try to do something with her dad. And there's going to be something or someone that gets in her way. And it'll be interesting to see who that is. I think it might be Randall.
Really? Okay.
Interesting.
Oh, wow.
Just think back to the driving sequence, right? What happened when they were together for a little bit of time? Like, the longer they were together,
Randall
the more he seemed to freak out. It's like
he did try stopping her from going into the ruins.
Exactly.
So maybe, it could be something there. Definitely.
But on that note, unfortunately, I do have to take off. So have a great night. I'll see you next week. Look forward to it, and keep those
absolutely, my friend.
Right on, man. Thanks, Aldous.
Have a
Thanks
great
for
night.
joining.
Good night.
I could see that potentially being the case, where at some point she's learning, getting a little bit better at her story walking abilities. So maybe, like you said, maybe she does get to the point where she's not like completely seizure comatose ridden while she is story walking, where she does have a little bit more control of it. But maybe she just gets to an event just a split second too late because something does, or someone does distract her on her way to whatever she's trying to change.
Right. Yeah, and again, it could be, that's an interesting thread that Aldous brings up. It could be the man in yellow, just like he does with anything in the environment. He could have thrown up some barrier, and like he said, it could have been anything. It could have been Randall. It could have been Gus. It could have been Gus the dog, like barking at her. Anything that stops her temporarily, that allows what he had planned to play out. Because what are the two things he said? That Jade plays, that's a hell of a song, that Jade sure can play a hell of a song, something like that. So he's obviously aware of, that is the catalyst to him appearing. It's not anything else. It's Tabitha and Jade becoming cognizant of their situation, I think.
No, I 100% agree with you. Like you said, especially when you take like a closer look at that dialogue. Because that was up for debate, whether or not the man in yellow was talking to Jim or whether or not the man in yellow was talking to Julie. I just feel like, given the circumstances, given what he said and everything he says after, knowledge comes at a cost, I mean, he's got to be talking to Jim. I don't see how that could have been addressed to Julie. Just given the circumstances, giving everything we just saw, the knowledge that was just uncovered, and then how the man in yellow continues to go on to talk to specifically Jim, not Julie, even after that line. In terms of him telling Jim, it didn't have to be this way. I did try to warn you. Your wife shouldn't have been digging that hole, Jim. This whole thing, this whole scene definitely seemed to be centering around Jim, not Julie. And I do think it was because of that knowledge. Because, again, the dialogue was very telling that it was Jim related.
That was a badass kill, though, too, man. It wasn't, he didn't have him pinned and use the other hand. He just used the same hand he had pinned, grip and rip. That was pretty badass.
It was pretty badass, I must say. As much as I wish the man in yellow suit was a little bit cleaner and he was a little bit more dapper looking, it was a badass entrance. It was a really cool entrance to what seems to be a formidable character. And yeah, like you said, he just one hand just rips the whole throat out and just turns it into mush. So yeah, this guy definitely made a memorable entrance. I think he's going to be very formidable going forward on the show. And like you guys were saying earlier, he comes out during the day too. This is not a monster that we're dealing with. It's one thing when you're dealing with the average monsters that come out at night. There's a very clear and easy way to kind of protect yourself against them if you have a talisman. It gets to the point where they're, at some point, they went a whole more than 3 months without even a single incident at one point when they were only dealing with the monsters. But this just adds a whole new level and a whole new layer of horror, knowing that he's not, confined just to nighttime. He can come out during the day. He can probably come out at night whenever he wants, it seems. So this is going to add a very interesting aspect into season 4 because now they're not even safe during the day.
Right. And somebody threw out the idea that he might have been the one responsible for the 78 massacre.
Very much so. Yeah.
I thought it was. I thought the. I mean, I'm still sticking to my theory that it was Christopher got added to the hive mind, so they knew. I mean, I still think that's why Miranda said it has to be somewhere Christopher doesn't know. Yeah.
Yeah. And I like that Christopher theory.
Yeah, that's why the bodies were out in the middle of the road and everywhere else, because they got flushed out of their hiding spots and then just got killed in the streets, at the monster's leisure. But it's a very cool idea that he might have been a one-man gang, just like a one-man Terminator.
The Yellow just did all this himself, one dude just ripping people apart. Because again, we've definitely seen that he is at least as strong as the monsters, maybe even stronger. So if the monsters are capable of ripping off limbs, I mean, Lord only knows what this guy is capable of. So no, I thought that was a pretty cool idea too when I first saw that pop up, that people were potentially playing with the idea that it was actually the man in yellow that committed the entire massacre. I think it's a cool idea. But I do tend to think it was the monsters too. And I like you said, I think Christopher did play some sort of part in it. And that would explain at least that very specific line we get from Victor that Miranda says, in terms of her going up to Victor and Eloise and telling them, find somewhere to hide where Christopher can't find you. Almost like his mind maybe did become compromised and everything he knew, the monsters knew. So I like your hive mind theory. I think it does fit. And we still need to figure out what the heck Christopher's deal was and all this. That's another thing that they didn't really answer was what was Christopher's role in the 1978 massacre. We have a lot of really good theories out there that a lot of them definitely seem like they fit very well. But we still need to find out the 100% definitive truth. What part did Christopher play in this massacre? And what was Christopher's ultimate fate? We know that at some point he must have died. If this reincarnation thing, if the rules of this reincarnation thing are the previous iteration has to die before the next version is born, then obviously it stands to reason that Christopher is dead. Because that was another theory that was going around for a while, that Christopher was potentially still alive somewhere. And I always thought that was a little bit unlikely, considering it would make him almost like 100 years old, maybe even older than 100 years old now, which is a little unlikely.
Yeah.
So yeah, I do think Christopher died, but that's another thing we still need to find out. How did Christopher die? Like, how did he meet his end?
Yeah, because he would be at least 20, a minimum of 25 years older than child Victor. If you put him at 35 back in 78, so yeah, he would definitely be up there.
And he looked older than that. He looked a lot older than 35 and 78. Like you see him like in the not in the flashbacks, like the flashback scene to young Victor, or whenever Jade is seeing Christopher, like he looks like he's already in his 50s. Like he's got gray hair. He already looks old there.
Yeah. But yeah, as for his ultimate fate though, yeah, we don't really know. The only thing we really do know, if we believe Victor's memory, is that he was kind of like a catalyst for whatever disaster happened by refusing to go through the tree when the boy in white told him to.
Maybe.
But beyond that, I don't think we have really too much to go on, right?
No, we only have little hints and stuff. Like we got those hints of Victor saying that once Christopher started seeing the symbol, he started to change. It started to, start to make him change a little bit, to the point where he wasn't as happy. He wasn't making everybody laugh at one point. So he clearly was being affected by seeing the symbol, probably in a similar manner that Jade is being affected as well. But in terms of like what actually happened, what was the full final fate of Christopher? Yeah, we still don't know. But this is an interesting question as well from Just Me for $1.99. Thank you so much for the $1.99. Who do you think will find Jim's body? Everybody, definitely let us know in the comment section. Who do you guys think is going to find Jim's body? We know that future version of Julie was there, but this is future version of Julie. I imagine she's going to, go back to where she came from. Who is going to actually find Jim's body? I mean, it's got to be Tabitha, right? Considering like only Tabitha and Jade are out there. They all just did the whole little thing at the tree with the Onkui children. They finally remembered who they were. Only Jade and Tabitha are the only ones out there, but I have to imagine it's going to be Tabitha who finds his body.
Yeah, I think don't even worry about it. Just put his finger on it. I mean, they're already doing a mass search for Fatima. I mean, half the people searching for Fatima still aren't back. I think Tabitha went out Tabitha went off in a random direction, so I don't know that it will be her.
That's a good point. It might not be. Yeah,
Jade, I don't know. It might be a random searcher. I mean, how long will it be till they even know that Jim is missing, that he didn't return back to town? Will Jade and Tabby get back to town and be like, well, where's Jim? He left 10 minutes before I did. That kind of stuff.
One of those kind of situations, like, what, Jim's not back yet? Shit, mount up the search party again. No, I like the search party idea that you, and don't even worry about it, bring up. I think that could fit just as easy, if not even easier, than the Tabitha thing. Because like you mentioned, Tabitha she wasn't in a very good state of mind, and she did seem like she was kind of just walking off in a random direction to kind of gather herself. So yeah, maybe we'll see some other part of the search party stumble upon the RV and see Jim's body. I mean, it might not be Tabitha. It's definitely possible.
It'll be, and this isn't my point, but somebody came up with the point that their grid search was the worst. They had the worst grid search ever. It's just people walking off in random directions, in pairs, chatting.
And that's the thing, like someone like Boyd, not only Boyd, but Boyd and Acosta. Boyd has military experience. I have to imagine somebody like Boyd with his training knows how to set up a proper grid search. And even if Acosta doesn't, I know Acosta is still very green and she's only been a cop for maybe a day, it seems. So maybe she doesn't know how to properly set up like a real grid search with actual grids where you designate people to certain areas and you would fully search the entire grounds. But I have to imagine Boyd at least knows the bare minimum in terms of how to set up a proper grid search. But yes, this was just so random. It was just two people pairing up and just going in random directions with no structure to it. Of course they're not going to find anything that way.
Yeah, it was, and I can almost forgive Acosta for not knowing that, because even as a cop, I don't imagine that would be something that they would teach in academy when you got a however 6 week or whatever. It's one of those things that you learn once they actually have one, when they do have a missing persons. Okay, hey, Acosta, go and learn how to do this. It's one of those skills you accumulate over time, because it's one of those things that you're not going to use daily. It's going to be once a year maybe or something, if they even do it that way. But it was, I mean, the thing is though, I mean, there was half a dozen people down in that root cellar, one door away from Fatima where she actually was, and they still didn't hear her. So, and all six of those, or however many it was, I mean, Victor, count them up, Victor, Julie, blah, blah, 2, 3, 4 people. They all would have checked off the root cellar as, oh, nope, we already checked off the root, we already looked in the root cellar. She wasn't there. So you know, for all intents and purposes, the one place where Fatima was already checked off the list of, you know, because they didn't know about a secret room. They didn't know about any of that stuff. And Fatima had her mouth covered by the kimono lady, so she couldn't make a noise. So it's wild that the one place that she actually was had the most amount of people in there at one time, and still, you know, they weren't alerted to her presence down there. So it's pretty crazy, pretty wild.
It is, yeah. I mean, it's like it's right freaking there, but just, you know, so close yet so freaking far away. Yeah.
Yeah, and to her question,
throw his body at someone.
No, yeah, really, yeah, drop it from the sky and land on somebody's windshield or something. But yeah, to the question though, I mean, who will find it? We don't know. That's something that they've done so many times in this show, is we don't know at what point they're going to resume. Will it be the next morning? Will it be later that evening, later that same day? Will they already have found him and be burying him, having a funeral for Jim? We don't know where they're going to resume in episode 1, because any amount of time could pass. It could be a minute, it could be a day, you know.
That's a good point, because I think a lot of us were expecting or are hoping that season 3 was going to pick up right where season 2 left off, but it kind of couldn't when you look back and you see the circumstances of Tabitha being, you know, unconscious in the hospital for 3 days before she even woke up. So if 3 days pass in the real world, we know based on the history of the show that at least 3 days had to pass inside Fromville, because we know, you know, season 2 sets up that time passes the exact same way in Fromville as it does in the real world, with the whole 6-month Mari, 6-month Marielle thing that they set up. So yeah, I mean, we had that 3-day time jump to start season 3 off, but how is season 4 going to go? Are we going to have a similar kind of couple days time jump forward where Jim's already dead, they already had the funeral, or maybe the funeral will be in episode 1 long after they've already found him? Or is it going to be, well, I'm hoping anyway, it's going to be where season 4 picks up literally right where season 3 ended off. That's my hope. I mean, I know that might not be the case, but I really wanted to just pick up in that exact same moment where season 4 starts, right at that RV where we're looking down on Jim's dead body right at the beginning of season 4, and we see somebody stumble across him. I really hope it picks up right where it left off.
Well, if we think that there's going to be new arrivals, wouldn't it be wild if they're having a funeral for Jim and the new arrivals come just the way the Matthews showed up for the funeral of Megan and Lauren? Remember? and Jade arrives and is like, oh, boo-hoo, you know, poor, yeah.
No, I could easily see that. I think that could be actually a pretty interesting start to the season, where you do have that funeral going on, and boom, we got some new arrivals. Because if the whole theme of people dying in Fromville and beckoning new arrivals, then we're short 2 people right now. Yes, we had Tilly, we had 2 new arrivals in Acosta and Henry in season 3, and you can kind of cancel them out with the death of Tien Chen and Nikki. But then you also have the death of Dale and Jim as well. So if this whole balance thing is accurate, if it's one of those things where people die in Fromville and then new people arrive, then we're down 2 people right now.
Yeah. Or like, you know, Aldous was saying, maybe they won't be the replacements. Maybe they feel like, you know, bit by bit, the people will be ticked off. You know, ticked off the roster, and they won't be replaced because they're getting closer to the solution. That's another idea as well. I don't know. Is it? I'm wondering who. We still have to figure out which power it is that's bringing in the new people. Is it the man in yellow, or is it the children, even, or the boy in white? It's like right. And who are responsible for it? Because I mean, I'm sure that the man in yellow wouldn't bring somebody like Katri in, or somebody who's really going to be. Then again, maybe he would. Maybe Katri would be exactly the kind of person the man in yellow would like, because somebody like Katri would be the one that would make people most complacent and do the most to assuage their anxieties and keep them happy and content in Fromville. So it's kind of crazy. It seems counterintuitive, but actually, you know, the more lackadaisical and the more peaceful people are, the better it is for the man in yellow. If we're going on that whole theory that, you know, the notion that
true.
Yeah. which is kind of crazy.
Which we've seen some indication that it could very well be, maybe even for all we know. It's we've seen some indication that it seems like whatever's bringing these people here wants them complacent, wants them docile, doesn't want them asking questions, doesn't want them looking for answers and such. And we saw the consequences once people did start looking for answers and they did start looking for ways out. Boom, you got a storm coming in Colony House. You got a food shortage. All of a sudden, they're not finding animals in the woods anymore. So yeah, something is actively giving and taking away from the people based on how they're acting in the town. And it very well could all be controlled by the Man in Yellow, baby. It's definitely possible.
When we lay out the evidence.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, that's the beauty of it being on a panel and a discussion panel, is we can lay out all the support for our theory, and it makes a whole lot of sense. But the thing is, that's the thing. Right now, it makes a lot of sense given the information that we have. It might be completely wrong.
One episode could change that, though.
Yeah, because again, the writers are the ones with the stroke of a pen. They can turn everything upside down. But right now, given the set of facts that we have, everything seems to be clicking in place, or at least it seems plausible, as within the realm of suspension of disbelief. But no, I don't want to take away from the comment, though. I missed it. What was the comment? I missed it.
This one was great too. Yeah, that's why they have weed. It's to make them chill. Yeah, maybe that's why the Man in Yellow allows some cannabis in Frumpville to keep them nice and mellow. But this was an interesting one from Nick L. What if the Man in Yellow shapeshifts into Jim? He might accidentally be a better dad.
Oh man, yeah, that'd be rough, because they'd have the body snatcher element added to. Yeah, I mean, that's a bit much for the show. I think they got their hands full, but it certainly isn't impossible.
It's an interesting concept. I mean, because at the very least, he could get away with it. I mean, so far the only one that knows Jim is dead is the Man in Yellow and this future version of Julie. I imagine this future version of Julie is probably going to go back to her original timeline. I doubt she's going to inform the current timeline that, hey, Jim's dead. So yeah, technically, if the Man in Yellow wanted to kind of cover this up and assume Jim's identity, he could potentially do it. I mean, again, I don't know if that's where this is going personally, but I think it's a cool theory, if nothing else. It's definitely an interesting one. Cracking the Man in Yellow taking over Jim's skin suit. Fuck me.
Well, you can hang your hat on that one, Nick L. If it does turn out to be the case, you can definitely say that you're on the ground floor with that idea. Yeah.
This is true. That is a Nick L. original theory. I haven't heard that one anywhere else. So that is all Nick's. But no, I like it. I don't know if it's where that's what's happening, but I do think it's a cool freaking theory of Man in Yellow just walking around in Jim's skin suit, maybe in order to get closer to Jade and Tabitha. Like, there could be some interesting story explorations there for sure.
Monique Morris is adamantly against that theory. If they do that, I'm not watching anymore. Yes.
I don't think that's where they're heading. It doesn't seem like they're going like full on shapeshifter. I would be very surprised if they did do that. But yeah, that's funny. But no, it's I'm very excited for the future of the show. It definitely seems like it's heading into a very, very interesting, again, that kind of Lovecraftian, eldritch horror kind of vibes that we seem to be getting in the finale and, heading into season 4. I'm enjoying it. I love how we're, again, moving further and further away from the sci-fi and closer to the kind of magical, mystical, supernatural answers. Because that was something that I know at least Ravener and I know some people in the chat might feel similarly. Right from the very beginning, when that whole question was first presented in terms of what is really going on here. Is this, horror? Is this some kind of supernatural answer? Is this going to be a sci-fi answer? Is this going to be a little bit more of the alien kind of thing? And I've always been of a mind where I really hope that this is supernatural. I feel like that's just the most interesting aspect to take stories like this. Yes, you can boil things down like this into a sci-fi narrative, but then it really it cheapens a lot of the magic of the show. And when you can kind of just write away all of this fantastical stuff that we're seeing as it being some kind of computer program. Like, that's why we hated the simulations theory since day one. You see all the interesting aspects that the show is laying down, all the weird, crazy, trippy themes. If all of a sudden it were to be revealed that all of that could get explained by just simply one line of code in an algorithm, it cheapens it. It cheapens some of the magic and some of the mystery of the show. So I am so happy and so satisfied that we seem to be heading closer and closer into the supernatural and further away from the sci-fi. Let's keep this thing mystical. Let's keep this thing supernatural, and let's see where it's ultimately going to go.
Yeah. The infrastructure was the thing that always, I mean, I always went back to when I was trying to explain everything. And it could have been either, it could have been simulation where it was a line of code, or supernatural.
Yeah.
And again, I mean, probably from square one, if it wasn't going to be an Ender's Game kind of like a greater kind of simulation / game / alien amalgam, I was always hoping for supernatural explanation, because that's really the only other way. And I think at the time that this show came out, I mean, at the season 1, episode 1, so presumably it was, in the concept phase prior to that, we were still essentially just coming off of 1899, which was a simulation.
Such a disappointment for me personally.
I think it was just too fresh.
Good.
Yeah, so I don't think he could have gotten away with it, or I don't think he could have pitched it to a studio when something's that close. Hey, this is another show just like this one where the answer is simulation. I mean, it's like when you have 3 earthquake movies in a year, or 3 volcano movies in a year, or 3 meteor movies in a year. It's like, that third one's going to be tough. Yeah,
definitely. No, I agree, man. It's again, and we were kind of freshly just coming off 1899, and I loved how that show started. It was so intriguing and so mysterious, and I love those kind of shows that are set in these time period correct settings, like the nice 1800s old school boat like that. It was such an awesome setting for a show, very Ghost Ship vibes kind of setting. And then you add in the fact that it was from the makers of Dark, and it had a lot of the cast members that were actually on Dark. Made it that much better, because Dark is such a phenomenal show. Dark is one of the few shows out there that does time travel incredibly well, incredibly clever, and has like a really good mechanism for how the time travel works. And again, I'm not a big fan of time travel stories, but every once in a while you will see a really good time travel story, and Dark is definitely one of the exceptions to the rules, in my opinion. So yeah, I was very excited for 1899 when that thing first came around, and then halfway through the show, when we get that big reveal of all of this is just one giant computer simulation, it just completely took the wind out of my sails. It ruined everything that made that show special, because now I know it's not special. None of this is special. It's all just one big computer algorithm that's controlling everything. It cheapens some of the interesting mystery that the show set up. So glad. I mean, who knows what's going to happen on From, but as of right now, given that the information that we have up until the season 3 finale, it seems like simulation is definitely not on the table anymore. It seems like we are firmly getting closer and closer into that supernatural realm. So I love that. Cannot wait to see where it goes from here. And overall, I mean, we didn't do this on our Tuesday stream, but I guess we'll do it here before we close out. We gave our rating on the season finale, and Ravener and I both rated the season finale, pretty high for us, especially considering, episodes 7, 8, and 9 really weren't the best of the season. But I think episode 10, we were both very satisfied with, in terms of they really did meet that bar. There was a very high bar that they had to hit, but they hit it. They hit it, and even then some. So now I guess I'll ask, now that we have seen the entire season as a whole, not just the finale, not just the final episode, but the entire season as a whole, where would you rate the season 3 from 1 to 10, with 1 being horrible and 10 being perfect? What kind of score do you give season 3 as a whole? Ravener, what do you got?
Ooh, well, yeah, I'd been pretty harsh. I loved 1 and 2, episodes 1 and 2. Loved episode 4. I mean, I'm a whatever a broken record as far as saying how I love the nighttime episodes, the monster episodes. Definitely flagged off 5, 6, 7, 8, and then 9 made me really nervous for the fate of the show altogether. Episode 10, I gave it a 10 or a 9 out of 10 for episode 10 itself, for what it did, for the degree to which it recovered my shaken faith. But overall, what I think taken as a whole, I would give it a good 8 out of 10. It was the lows were very low, but the highs were very high. But all in all, I think, I mean, I don't think I could go lower than, I mean, I'm trying to talk myself into like a 7.5 or lower, but I think 8 is fair enough, honestly. Okay. I don't think I could go any higher just because of how, like, I felt like, like a flag blowing in the wind. I felt like in the middle, I was hoping that to try to discern what they were going for in those middle episodes 5 through 9, and I just couldn't, and I can't really let go of that feeling of essentially what was disappointment at the time. So yeah, I'll settle on an 8. Yeah.
Okay, no, that's a solid, respectable score, and I think an 8 is very solid. Awesome stuff. An 8 avocados from Lord Ravener. Love it. We got a butt naked alien is giving it a 10. Been my favorite show since it's actually been out. Yeah, hey, that's awesome. If you guys, I love seeing 10s in the chat. Anytime we see someone give a 10, that tells us, they're loving what they're watching, and that's what we love to see. We want everybody to love the show. But we also want people to be honest as well. So if your honest score is lower, then there's nothing wrong with that.
Well, that's what I love. And we're seeing in the Discord as well that there are still, I mean, honestly, there are people that are just now discovering it. They're delighted that we're doing a season 1 rewatch because they've just introduced, maybe it was a friend, a family member, a spouse or significant other. Somebody is just now discovering this show, and they're trying to binge watch it, or they're trying to catch up because because here we are talking about everything that's happened through 3 seasons, and they're just being introduced to it now. And just like everybody, man, it gets its hooks into you with the questions and the unknown stuff. So that's where these rewatches are going to be. I mean, it's for the people that have been with us since day one, and it's the people who this is day one for them, which is incredible and awesome. And I'm delighted to be able to do it. And I hope Kiwi Skirt joins in too. With the watch parties. It'll be every Sunday. We'll have a YouTube pre-show for about an hour, and then jump right into the episodes 1, 2 in a row, starting at 9 p.m. Eastern, every Sunday until we're done with this baby. And so it'll be super cool to have the first timers and the long timers with this for this again. But yeah, let's go back to the rating. I'm like you, man. If somebody rates the season a 5 because they hated it, if that's the case, if it didn't scratch the itch, there's nothing you can do about it. Exactly. People are entitled to their opinion, but man, when people draw a 10, when it does everything for them, I love it every bit as much when people are 2 points higher than me, and when they're 2 points lower than me, because that shows the diversity of how people are taking this exact same thing. We're all watching the exact same show and deriving different amounts of joy out of it. So
yeah. And that's what's great, and it kind of always goes back to what we always say. Whereas we're all watching the exact same show, but we're all seeing it through a totally different, unique lens, and that's what's great about these discussions. And that's why it would be incredibly boring if we all if everybody just universally loved it, or if everybody just universally hated it. It would be incredibly boring. These conversations, these discussions would get dull very quick if we all thought the exact same way. So no, whenever I see a bunch of different scores in the chat, I love seeing that because it tells me that, again, we're all watching the same show, but everybody is shaped by their own personal experiences and what they look to get out of the show. Some people go into the show looking for the mystery aspect. Some people go in looking for a little bit more of the human element. It's all really a matter of perception. So it's always good to see a bunch of different scores in the chat, like we are seeing tonight. We got a 10, we got an 8.7 from Susie, we got an 8.5 from Amy Bones, we got an 8 from Monique, we got a season 1 was a perfect 10 from Princess B. Season 2 could have been an email. Season 3 is a 7 out of 10. Hey, 7 out of 10 is still pretty respectable. There's nothing wrong with that. 8 out of 10 from our pal Ravener. Love it. We've got another 8 in the chat. Season 3, 5 out of 10 from Susan. Hey, nothing wrong with that. If it was just average or mid, nothing wrong with that. If you only want to give it a 5, that is totally cool.
Plenty of room for improvement. Maybe, hopefully they can recover your love next year.
Exactly. A 5 this season could just potentially mean a 9 next season. You never know. We got an 8.5 from Nick L. We got a 9 from Don't Even Worry About It. We got a 12 from PM Philosophy. That is awesome. That is definitely our highest score of the night. A solid, respectable 12. Love it. Absolutely love it. First half through episode 7. First half through episode 7. Last 3 episodes an 8. Okay, yeah, that's respectable. Nothing wrong with that. Definitely an 8.5 for Amy Bones.
Oh, I don't know if Jeremy killed himself. We got a 10 from Joseph A. We've got 1 to 7. Just me says 1 to 7 is a 5. 8 to 10
this would be a little better if I wasn't booting myself off the freaking panel.
I know. I was about to bust out a dad joke. Like, hey, did you hear about there was a king in India who built all of his palaces out of bamboo, but his thrones were always marble. But every time he would get a new throne, he wouldn't get rid of it. He'd just take it upstairs and put it in his attic. But eventually what happened was he had received so many thrones that one day he had taken it to his attic, and the whole bamboo palace collapsed around him, and he actually died. And that goes to show you, people in grass houses shouldn't stow thrones.
I guess not. And yes, Eric Grant, Jeremy entered the feces zone. Oh, whatever that is. I don't want to go there again. It smells. Michelle Miller gives it a 10. I love the show. I'm excited for season 4. Yay. Absolutely love seeing that. And we are as well. I think Ravener and I are positively excited for season 4 and where the show is going to go. Again, it's amazing what a strong finale can do, especially when maybe the 2 or 3 or however many episodes leading up to it weren't quite as strong as maybe some people would have liked, which is totally cool. But again, you really nail that finale and you nail it well, and you give people something really good to end the season off on. It really can make up for 2 or 3 slower episodes prior. And I think season 3 is a perfect example of that for sure. Awesome stuff, guys. Awesome stuff. Episode 1 through 7 was a 5. 8 through 10 were fire at 10. Overall 7.5. Hey, that's good. That is good. Mostly annoyed with the pregnancy, but episode 10 made it count. I'm a little bit there as well. I feel like the Fatima pregnancy storyline, it did start to feel repetitive. It felt like it just wasn't going anywhere for a little bit. For 2 or 3 straight episodes, it was kind of just like the same thing over and over again before it finally started to enter that next phase where it did start to actually bear some fruit, as it were. But no, I was very similar, where the Fatima story was getting a little stale there at times, but they ended it pretty strong.
Yeah, I'm glad they wrapped it up what they did, because I think if they'd I hate to say belabored it any longer, but yeah, I think if they'd have dragged it out any longer, it would have lost. She was very intriguing when she was eating rotten stuff, even more intriguing when she made the transition to drinking blood. And they had just enough runway to get her where she needed to be by episode 10, and then finish it out. And, that'll be another great character to see where we pick up with the Fatima storyline. Is she going to have any repercussions? Is she going to have a permanent connection to Smiley now? Because
That's
she's
what I'm
basically
saying.
his mom.
She's gonna have some kind of connection that I think they're hopefully going to be able to utilize in some manner that helps them. Because we're thinking this whole pregnancy is all going to be negative, and so far it was. I mean, she had no choice in this to begin with. It's not like she chose to become the vessel of the Smiley thing. She got just completely taken over by this place.
Right.
And then you see what happens with Elgin. Elgin just kind of making it that much worse for her, especially someone like Elgin, who she kind of looked at as a friend. So yeah, it all seemed like this whole thing was one giant nightmare. But what if there is some kind of positive that does get born out of this? What if she does end up having some kind of latent connection to Smiley going forward, where there is something that they can exploit there, for lack of a better term.
And I don't think that they can continue without having that. I mean, we saw anybody that got cicadas in their mouth now has a connection with now has an additional connection. I can't imagine how they could write Fatima getting off scot-free.
I don't see why. Yeah, I don't see how. Yeah, the Man in Yellow got me. Absolutely. Man in Yellow got me. But I fended him off. He said, Jeremy killed himself. I can't. The internet just takes me out every once in a while, but sometimes you got to fight back. You gots to fight back. I hate that I laughed at that. No, it's totally fine. Totally cool.
My dad jokes. No.
Good shit. But well, overall, it looks like people did enjoy season 3 for the most part. We saw a few 5s and a few lower scores, but there's nothing wrong with that. Again, we just want to see your guys' honest takes. If you liked the season or if you didn't like the season, that is totally cool. But for me, season 3 as a whole, I got to give it an 8.5. I feel like it's earned an 8.5. There's a few things that I saw that kind of took away from me giving it like a full 9, but just based on where season 3 started, as strong as it started and as strong as it finished, I got to give it an 8.5. And the in between was good as well. I mean, the first 4 episodes, like you said, Ravener, were freaking awesome. Like those first 4 were really, really good. Started to kind of slow down a little bit from episode 5 on, but you have to have that kind of format on a show like this. You can't have every single episode just being completely balls to the wall, because then us as an audience, we're going to get desensitized to stuff like that. If we see characters getting killed in every single episode, then death is going to lose meaning in a show like this. And that really started to happen on some of the other shows that I used to watch, like shows like True Blood and stuff, where you started seeing characters just die in almost every single episode. It got to the point where it just wasn't even shocking anymore. So I'm really glad the way that they utilized how they killed people off, where we definitely lost quite a few characters this season, but they did it in a way where almost every single one of them was a shocking death and a shocking ending. So I'm totally fine with not every single episode being full on balls to the wall. You got to have some of those slower episodes that are kind of just setting the plot up, getting some good character development, some good story building, good world building even. And I feel like season 3 had a perfect mix of all. After seeing the finale and the big bang that it did end off on, now I'm definitely looking back at, episodes like 7, 8, and 9 in a much better light, where I can kind of see what they were doing overall as a whole. They were setting up something very big for this final episode, and it paid off very well. So yeah, I got to give it a solid 8.5 for season 3. Thought it was phenomenal. I probably still would give season 2 like a 7.5, like a point lower, and season 1 still remains right up there at like a 9.95 for me.
Yeah, and I'm actually going to be curious. I won't be watching the middle of season 3 again until we hit it in the rewatch party. Yeah. But when we're watching it 2 episodes at a time, I wonder how much of it was having to wait a week in between episodes and then getting nothing. I wonder if the sting will be a little less when we're able to,
I think the
cram.
Is a factor. That's a good point.
The 4 episode plateau. If we can, bang that out in 2 weeks, it might not be as painful, or we might be able to convince ourselves that having seen 2 episodes worth of high points, because we had to sift through and find the high points, and there were absolutely high points. A lot of Ricky Hees acting in some of those episodes, a lot of Boyd's acting in some of those episodes. There, some of the worst episodes. Yes, exactly. Victor and Henry together, and even the Victor and Sarah scenes. But the thing is, we did have to sift through and really find some of these high points that would buoy these poorer episodes and try to lift them, just to get us through to the next week. But I wonder if we can, jam them in together. It won't hurt as bad. And again, also knowing the final destination, what it's all working towards. Because at the time we were going from week to week, not knowing what they had in store for us, or if we were going to get any payoff. And there was a lot of talk and a lot of jibba jabba. And finally, knowing what we know, taking season 3 as a whole, I mean, if I'm giving it an 8, then the sting of the lower episodes probably, and I know at least some of those I gave like a 6.5 because they were not scratching the edge. It'll be interesting. And we knew that, though. I mean, whenever I get unhappy with the show, I have to step back and say, look, how is it fitting into the full scheme of things? And such a strong ending, a lot of recovery, and surprisingly, so they did surprisingly good, in my opinion, with the finale. It did a lot to redeem. Don't think I could go any. I couldn't go any higher given how the lows made me feel. But and if you liked it better than I think that's almost always the case, though, right? You're always about a half a point higher than me.
So right around there usually, somewhere, I'd say.
I mean, you have a lot more optimism.
Well, maybe. It was a good season. I was very impressed overall. Again, there were definitely some slower moments, and it wasn't without its problems. And you have to at least be able to be objective and be able to call out the problems when we see them. And I feel like we definitely did that this season, in terms of some of the slower moments. But for me, even in the slower episodes, there's always something really good to kind of latch onto and to kind of get out of every single one of these episodes. Even the slow ones have some really good scenes that you can kind of cherry pick and pick out. At least that's kind of how I viewed the season anyway. But no, overall, great season. Very excited for the future, and cannot wait to see all the crazy twists and turns that season 4 is going to bring. Cannot wait to learn a little bit more about this Man in Yellow. And of course, I am going to reach out to PM, and we're going to pick a day, someday this week, that works well for all of us. And we are going to be doing a very special Fromville Hour stream where we dive into all things The King in Yellow and some of its similarities here with From, and maybe even some Dr. Mabuse stuff as well, because there was a lot of interesting Dr. Mabuse references that we were seeing in season 4 as well. And I am currently getting more well-versed in Dr. Mabuse. I know a little bit about Dr. Mabuse, but I'm not as versed on that as I am on The King in Yellow. So I'm definitely going to do my research, and we will come back and dive into all things, all of the Eldridge horror abomination influences that seem to be influencing this show. And I'm looking forward to a King in Yellow stream. Maybe we'll even do it for our regular Tuesday stream if that works for PM. But we're definitely going to do that. We're going to dive deeper into some of these similarities between The King in Yellow and some awesome stuff here in From. But that will be at some point this week. And again, I will announce it. I will announce the exact date when I know for sure. I'll talk with Ravener and PM a little bit more. And we will we'll definitely make it at some point this week, but whatever day we do it, you guys will have at least enough time to dive into some King in Yellow stuff. If you guys want to dive into the audiobook, I would recommend that. Or even if you just want to research the character a little bit, there's a lot of really good videos on YouTube, some good 10, 20-minute long videos that give you a pretty decent rundown on just the overall basics of the character and the story. So even if you don't have time to read the whole book, there's a lot of interesting resources out there to learn a little bit more about The King in Yellow, and we will definitely be diving into those similarities, and I'm looking forward to that. I think that's going to be a lot of fun, a nice specific kind of King in Yellow Man in Yellow from Vil stream. And of course, we'll be talking about where we think the Man in Yellow character is going to go. We'll be talking a lot of King in Yellow, yes, but we'll also be talking about all things from as well. So even if the King in Yellow angle isn't your thing, we will still be talking about the Man in Yellow and where this character could potentially be going in season 4. So definitely be on the lookout for that. And again, I will definitely let everybody know in the Discord when we know exactly what day we are going to do it, but it will be at some point during this week. But I want to give a big thank you to each and every one of you for coming and hanging out with us, not only tonight, but all year. You guys have been showing up in record number. You guys have been super supportive of the channel and everything we've been doing, and I just can't thank you all enough for that. And yeah, we're going to continue. The party is not ending now. The season 1 complete rewatch is starting right here on the channel tomorrow night. We'll be going live here at 8 p.m. Eastern for a quick little 1-hour pregame show. And then at 9, we are going to shuffle off and move this party over into the Discord, and we will officially kick off our From Complete Rewatch party. And I think we're going to pick up on a lot of things this go around that we didn't even have context to look for the first go around, including maybe some other giant spiders like Nikki potentially has spotted in the background of episode 2 of season 2. So I am looking forward to that. And of course, if anybody hasn't seen From yet and you're just getting into the show now, you're more than welcome to catch up with us during the watch parties. We will be starting tomorrow night right here on the channel. And I'm looking forward to it. It's been, man, I can't even remember how long it's been since I've watched season 1 and season 2. It has been a long time. We meant to do a season 1 and a season 2 rewatch before season 3 started, but we didn't do it. We just didn't have enough time. I think we watched like 2 episodes and then we kind of just gave up on the watch party. There just wasn't enough time. Season 3 was here so quick after House of the Dragon ended. We just didn't have enough time to do a proper rewatch before the season started like we usually did. So yeah, it's been a while since I've gone back and rewatched season 1 or season 2. So I'm looking forward to this. I think it's going to be fun. And I do think we will pick up on some things that we missed the first go around. So that will be starting tomorrow night.
It's a huge commitment too. I mean, you can't, normally we depended, if I wasn't doing it, then we had to depend on the generosity of Kiwi to do the hosting, and everybody has, we're going to be straddling some major holidays. Thankfully, none of the major holidays fall on a Sunday this holiday season, so we won't really have to. I'll be able to push straight on through with 2 episodes in the foreseeable future. But I learned my lesson. I can't remember what show it was, but I committed to like 22 episodes of rewatches. I was like, fuck me.
Yeah, and it turned out to be a freaking. It turned out to be. I got to the point where we were watching like 2 or 3 episodes a week just so we can get freaking through it. Yeah. But no, that'll be fun. I'm looking forward to it. And again, it's been a really long time since I've properly sat down and rewatched season 1 and 2. And I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of new clues and new hints we can pick up on now that we do have that new added context for the story. We got definitive answers now, guys. Really big definitive answers. And now that when we go back and rewatch season 1 with all of those definitive answers in mind, I can only imagine the new stuff that we're going to pick up on. This is going to be a lot of fun, I think.
Just seeing Day One Jade will be, worth tuning in. Seeing how different he is from, that the Day One Jade versus Jade from S3 episode 10. Man, crazy different.
It's such a different character. He goes on a big evolution, I would say, probably bigger than any other character. But yeah, that will be fun. And again, that is starting tomorrow night right here on the channel at 8 p.m. Eastern. And then at 9 p.m. Eastern, an hour later, we'll be heading over to the Discord to officially start the watch party. So definitely come and hang out with us tomorrow for the pregame show as we get ready to relive and dive back into all of the craziness that From Vil has to offer. And again, big thank you to all of you for all of the support you guys have shown us this season. It has been a record season in terms of just awesomeness. So a big thank you to each and every one of you. So stay safe out there, guys, in this crazy world. Don't be afraid to keep that tinfoil hat on, dive into that rabbit hole, and we will see you on the next one.